A Safe Devoted Darkness by HeyJude19. Read by Ella Mabella. Summary. Hermione did not believe in things like auras. She'd quit divination after all, but a chill emanated from the space. It warned of a haunted, twisted place. The abandoned house at the end of the lane you don't dare approach on Halloween. The cellar door you don't dare open when you're home alone. The wooded path you don't dare cut through at night, even if it would be the quickest way home. Only darkness awaited her there, in the last aisle of Malfoy Manor's library. Chapter 1. Hermione did not have black eyes. They should be brown, a warm, rich color. Her eyes in the mirror were wrong. "My eyes are not black," she said it aloud, thinking if she stated it firmly enough, they'd return to their usual hue. But her eyes gazed back in depthless, dark black. The color of something never-ending, infinite in its fathomless darkness. Nothing to separate the pupil, iris, and sclera. Hermione leaned in closer to the mirror. "No! My eyes are not black." She reached up one hand to gently touch her reflection. "They're not, they're brown. I didn't want them to be black." She blinked. Her face in the mirror showed a woman with ordinary brown eyes. Hermione splashed water on her face and finished her morning pre-work routine. Surely the odd sight in the mirror had just been a holdover from a dream? Yes, not being fully awake would shoulder the blame for her temporary hallucination. She couldn't remember when Draco Malfoy became a part of her morning routine, but there he stood each day as if waiting for her. As Hermione shot out of the flue and into the ministry atrium, she immediately clocked the tall, leaning form, dressed head to toe in black from across the polished floors. It was sort of funny, she mused, how she saw him more than her own friends. Monday she had dinner with Harry and Ginny, Tuesday with Ron and Susan. Wednesday at her parents', Thursday was for herself. Fridays were girls' night with Ginny, Susan and Luna. Then on the weekends she caught up on reading. And Monday through Friday she saw Malfoy standing in the atrium. Hermione gave him a court nod of acknowledgement, which he routinely interpreted as permission to abandon his post and approach her. "Good morning to you, Granger." "Malfoy?" "That's it for a greeting, just a surname." "Was there something else you were expecting?" "Oh, I don't know. Something a little more befitting your reputation for brilliance, perhaps." "Goodbye, Malfoy." "Have a pleasant and productive workday, Granger." Every morning interaction ended with him left standing in the atrium, while she went onward to her office. There were cracks in her skin today. Little discolored lines along the backs of her hands. She could possibly pluck them apart, separate the skin, spread the gulfs wider, and see how big she could make them before her hand just split in two. Part of her wanted to poke and prod and peel and see how deep into her epidermis she could go before her pain receptors fled to life. Hermione peered closer, intent on decoding this change. It wasn't quite scabby, nor did it itch like scabs, but like a child told not to pick at them, it was all she longed to do. A quick peek at her clock told her she'd be late for work if she delayed any longer, wasting time by inspecting what amounted to overly dry hands. Perhaps she should invest in a humidifier. Was the air that dry in her bedroom? This seemed quite an extreme physiological response. She furiously applied lotion, rubbing it into her skin. She relished the pleasing feel of watching it blend and absorb, leaving behind a lovely jasmine scent. But the cracks remained, as if an impenetrable film existed between the top layer of her skin and where these cracks made their home. Hermione didn't have time for this. She had to go to work. She was fine. There was nothing wrong with her. "Hello to you on this fine morning, Granger," greeted Malfoy as she dusted off flue powder. Hermione quickly shoved her hands in her pockets. "Is it a fine morning? I haven't been outside." She tried to brush him off with a brisk response and speedy step away from him, but his much longer legs meant he could easily keep up with little effort. "You should try going outside today. See what the world has to offer you." "You should try doing something other than bothering me every morning." "Does it bother you that I say friendly greetings every day? Would you prefer I say something nasty?" "No, of course not. But I'm unclear as to why you insist on making conversation for this quick jaunt across the atrium." "I've got to fill my time somehow. How have you been filling your time lately?" "Goodbye, Malfoy." He'd at least distracted her enough so she'd stopped worrying about her hands. But when she reached her office, she pulled them out of her pocket. The sight of two fragile-looking hands connected to normal, healthy and smooth wrists and forearms plagued Hermione still. A Tuesday evening meant pleasant dinner with Ron and Susan in their neat two-bedroom flat. Susan had cooked up a delicious roast dinner, and Hermione felt full and content in the company of friends. Friends she'd known for so long, and with whom she felt so comfortable, that she had no reservations of bringing the topic of conversation round to her odd dermatological predicament. It struck her as odd that the hands had gone unnoticed by her friends. They'd been in full view of both of them throughout the entire evening, and yet not a word from the normally blunt, at times to the point of rudeness, Ron, and his much kinder, yet also straightforward wife. No "Merlin Miney, who scraped your skin away?" or even just a "Blimey." Hermione swallowed her embarrassment and wiggled her fingers at them. "This is a bit weird, but do either of you have a special salve or anything for this?" She held up her hand in front of Susan's face. "They've been like this since I woke up," said Hermione. "Like what?" she asked blankly. "This," Hermione said, gesturing a little more. Indeed, she gestured so enthusiastically that part of her wondered if she flailed hard enough, her hands would simply pop off and shatter onto the floor. Bits and pieces of Hermione scattered all about, so fine and brittle and easily swept away. Dust, collected and discarded. Susan just stared back at her, so Hermione turned to Ron. "See? Look at them. Isn't that odd?" "They just look like your hands to me, Hermione," said Ron. Perturbed and puzzled, Hermione cradled her unfamiliar hands in her lap. How could they not see that her skin looked so disturbing? Hermione peered close at her own end again. It definitely looked anything but normal. But if neither of her friends thought this odd, then what was the matter with her? Was her eyesight going? Perhaps this was just normal dry skin and she was overreacting. "What would you like for dessert?" asked Susan with a placid smile. Hermione tried to relax and accepted a piece of her favorite pound cake. If her closest friend saw nothing wrong, then she must be fine, if a bit overtired. Hermione's brief resolve to not worry about her skin crumbled when she woke the next morning. Because, like Malfoy waiting in the atrium for her, her odd-looking hands awaited her as well. And speaking of Malfoy, "Granger, how are you doing today?" "Not today, Malfoy. Leave me alone." "No need for such a rude brush-off. I'm only being friendly." "Go be friendly elsewhere," she grumbled, and he frowned. "What has you so ill-tempered this morning?" Hermione stopped walking and stared up at him. What did she have to lose? She withdrew her hands from her robe pockets and held them out for inspection. "How do these look to you?" "Your hands? Rather strange. Have you come in contact with any potions?" "No, that's the thing." Hermione lowered her hands and stared down, bottom lip drawn between her teeth. "This is the second day where they've been like this, and no amount of ointment or charms will remedy the skin. I even applied dittany." "Sounds like you need to be more creative." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Those are the standard healing methods, and now that I've run out of those, perhaps I should contact a healer." "Sure, if you want to get poked and prodded with a wand and then sent on your way with no recourse." Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you care, anyways?" "You asked my opinion, remember?" "Oh, I suppose I did." She looked at her hands again. caressed one over the other. I can't deal with this right now. I don't want to deal with something like this. She blinked. Her hands appeared smooth now. No cracks, no tears, no blistered-looking skin covered her hands. Normal fingers, knuckles, and palms. Huh? Maybe it was just a temporary side effect of something I came in contact with. She mused and nodded at him. Have a good day, Malfoy. And you, Granger. I look forward to our next meeting when I can assist you in problem-solving again. I think we'd make quite the team. She rolled her eyes and turned away from him. Though she mentally called him a prat, she couldn't help the smile on her face as she made for her office. Did you really mean that? I did. I do. Thank you. Do you disagree? No, I'd been thinking that too, that we work well together. It's nice. Yes, nice. Hermione brushed her teeth, rinsed her mouth, and when she looked back up in the mirror, jumped back in shock. Black teeth, a black mouth. Her reflection smiled, wide and mad. But Hermione's hands came up to her mouth, and she could feel that she was not smiling. The Hermione in the mirror continued to grin, eyes popping in glee as the lips stretched as wide as they could go. Every one of her teeth was blackened, and as the mouth continued to split, revealed nothing but a dark, dripping cavern of an opal-colored something. The something was a vicious liquid that spilled over her tongue, teeth, and bottom lip. It dripped onto her chin, and the reflection licked some of it, like the juices from a hearty bite of a ripe fruit. The liquid dribbled down her neck, and Hermione watched her mouth open wider and wider as more bubbled out. But Hermione clutched at her own throat and felt nothing. She waited and watched for this imposter, this horrifying reflection, to do something other than silently gargle and appear to enjoy every second of choking on this dark substance. She stood frozen to the tile, watching a mad pantomime play out in front of her. The paralysis of fear wouldn't allow her to look away. Eventually, the mirror version shoved fingers in its mouth to collect the molten blackness and spread it over its face. It rocked its body back and forward as it did, and then tugged and pulled at its hair. It pulled so hard that some of it tore from the scalp, and Hermione was finally frightened at a level well beyond a standstill and screamed, "Stop! What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to see this!" She blinked. Her normal, non-mad, wide-toothed, pink-gummed, hair-intact reflection blinked back. Hermione backed slowly out of the bathroom and didn't look at any mirror in the rest of her home before fleeing into the ministry. Malfoy strode over immediately. "Granger, another glorious day, is it not?" Hermione sighed tiredly. She'd lost the fear adrenaline from her encounter with the mirror, exhaustion taking its place. "I can't say I agree, but good morning." "You disagree with my proclamation. Do tell. Has something happened to put you off your day already?" "Just need some tea," she grumbled and waved him off. "I find a good cup of tea usually does the trick." She made some sort of non-committal noise to Malfoy's irritating cheeriness this morning. Merlin, who woke up and decided to be this bright at this hour? "Enjoy your tea and your workday," he said with a charming smile. "Is everything a routine with you?" "It's tea. It's more than a routine." "I agree. You're practically ritualistic about it." "I refuse to take offense to this." "Are you this particular about everything in your life?" "If I am." "Merlin, I'm only teasing. You're just quite a traditional sort." "It's how I was raised." I can imagine. But I'm not like that anymore for other things, for the important things." "I know, Draco." "Good." This time it wasn't just her reflection experiencing the change. Wrinkled, puckered skin, the skin someone decades older than her. She brought her hands up as close as possible to her eyes, scanning the area, marveling at the dry cracks that spiderwebbed over it in a concerning network of flakiness. If she picked at it and picked it, it would fall away in a heap of deadened tissue. These should not be her hands. It had grown worse than the odd brush of dryness she'd previously suffered. More than that, it was moving. She watched as it spread. All the way up to her face, Hermione took a sharp gasp of breath through desiccated lips. How could she go to work like this? How could she show her face in public, looking as if she'd been kept in a crypt for who knows how long? Almost gone, her veins dried up like a desert. Everything about her kept shrinking, diminishing in the sped-up process of degrading tissue and features. Part of her wondered, in an inescapable surrender to morbid curiosity, what would she look like as a corpse? This fast-forward breakdown of her physical form mesmerized her for a moment before the crumbling sensation became a stretched kind of pain. No, Hermione wanted to live. She wanted to be healthy. She had things she needed to accomplish. People in her life who she blinked. A whole, healthy, vibrant human woman blinked back at her. Hermione smoothed down her clothes, checked over her arms, hands, and legs. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing to suggest she'd seen anything so fantastical as a body that had rolled out of its tomb, happened upon by a team of archaeologists keen to decipher her as the deceased representative of some long-buried civilization. While her mind calmed with the notion that the worst had apparently passed, Hermione felt a flare of panic in her chest. This was another morning with an incident of a physical nature, where her body had acted out in a grotesque manner. And unlike the horrific reflection with the black mouth, Hermione had physically felt this change, this pain. There had to be more to this than a lack of sleep or a minor side effect of a foreign substance. What was happening to her? Magical malady or mental breakdown? Should she see a healer? Fear rose up and slashed that thought to bits. Hermione could see it now. The prophet headlines about the war heroine cracking up, being confined to the Janus Thicky ward, spoken to in soft tones like an invalid by patronizing healers while they declared her head case. She was fine. She was fine. Morning, Granger. Read anything interesting lately? Malfoy turned to step beside her, as if he belonged there. Why would you like to know? I'm a voracious reader myself, merely curious if you had any titles to recommend. No, I've got to get to work. The polite thing would be to ask what I've been reading lately. Fine, make it quick. Her snippy attitude did not deter him, but rather that charming smile found a way to grow wider. She wondered how many other witches in the ministry received these attentions from him every morning. But I want to hear your list first, since I asked first. I don't have time for this. Hermione Granger doesn't have time to discuss books. Oh dear, the most disappointing thing I've heard in quite a while. She stopped, walking and well towards him, and she almost turned smacked into his chest. You're not going to drop this, are you? Not a chance. Malfoy did not seem bothered in the least bit by the distinct lack of space between their bodies. Hermione took a decided step back. I'll write you up a list tonight and give it to you tomorrow. Satisfied? That remains to be seen. Goodbye, Malfoy. All of them already? Yes, I'm the type to read quickly if the writing is engaging enough. Me too. So I take you've been needing more recommendations then? Please. Which was your favorite, though, so I have a better idea of authors to recommend? Poe's work? Mine too. For a moment, Hermione believed she'd make it through her pre-work morning prep without an incident. An incorrect assumption. Her leg itched, she bent down and scratched at the offending spot on her calf, then straightened up and continued brushing her hair. Her leg itched again. She indulged it with a scratch. It itched again and again and again. Knowing she was probably irritating and inflaming some sort of bug bite, Hermione glanced down at her leg. She saw scales. Protruding scales of an iridescent green dotted both her legs below the knees. She let out a high-pitched shriek and backed up to her bed. Sitting on the edge, she pulled up a leg to inspect further. They were almost beautiful in a way, but no matter their appearance, the fact remained that they did not belong on her body, and they bloody itched. Trying not to panic, Hermione picked up her wand. She cast every healing spell she knew and ignored the burning call to scratch and touch and soothe. Furious tears formed in her eyes as every charm failed, every summoned potion that couldn't ease her distress. So itchy. Hermione gave in with a harsh sob and scratched at the scales. She kept at it, wanting to know, wanting to discover just how these things had adhered so fully to her. A deep breath in and out as her tails dug in. She tried to mentally dissociate from her next ill-advised action. These scales weren't real. They weren't on her body. They were just an interesting specimen to be studied, a puzzle to solve. She tore into one eventually, and though the rip caused her to cry out in pain, she watched transfixed as the blood oozed from the self-inflicted wound. It looked like her blood, red and flowing. It felt like her pain, raw and aching. The blood rolled down her newfound scars and collected onto the beige carpets. Hermione could at least fix that with magic. In 2 flicks, the stain no longer colored her carpet, but her scales still wanted her to ease their itchiness. She could rip them all off if she wanted, take them to a lab and study the composition, see if any useful magical properties were imbued within them. Hermione stroked the piece she held. It was difficult to tell just from this bit whether these would be better suited to the body of a dragon or the tail of a mermaid. Would she be an adept flyer or a swimmer if these scales began to grow and spread? The others, still attached to her leg, made her discomfort known, breaking the spell of her fascination. No, she did not want this. Hermione did not want to be a slave to this gross impulse all day. She blinked. No more scales, no itchiness, no blood. "Morning, Granger. I'll have my list now." Hermione stared up into Malfoy's grinning face and tried to piece together his request. Oh God, that's right. I did say I'd bring you one, didn't I?" "You did." "I don't understand. How could I have forgotten?" Hermione shrank away from him, running an anxious hand through her hair. Last night she'd been at her parents'. Yes, and then this morning she'd meant to grab some titles for him, but the scale situation had quite captured her attention. "Granger, don't fret. It's just a silly list." "No, but I said I promised I would, and then... She really had meant to do it. She'd come home from her parents and... She must have gone to bed early. Rogue had been running her rag lately, and these new strange mornings certainly hadn't helped her state of mind. For a moment, Malfoy almost looked concerned about her well-being. But then he flashed a smirk. "Forget about it. Let's just say you owe me one. How about that?" "Owe you?" "Precisely. Should I ever be in need of a bureaucratic favor, I think it's well within my rights to ask it of you now." There was the prat she knew. Goodbye, Malfoy. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, ready for work and no sign of any physical deformities today. She still avoided any mirrors as she left for the ministry, but when Malfoy regarded her normally, she knew nothing strange had occurred. "Morning, Granger. Any fun projects you're working on today?" "How's that your business?" "Only wondering what it is you get up to at the ministry job." "Why are you so interested in my work?" "I'm interested in many things." "And my job duties are interesting to you?" "They could be. Why don't you try and tell me about them?" "I don't have the time for your nonsense today, Malfoy." "Should you ever find time to fit me in, you know where I'll be, Granger," he called after her retreating form. The lack of physical suffering made room in her brain for thinking about Malfoy. It was unfair the way he'd been able to get under her skin with this parting shot. Fit him in. Borderline inappropriate. No, definitely inappropriate, especially for one to holler in the ministry atrium in front of dozens of other colleagues. Merlin, had other people also heard him and interpreted it in the most vulgar way possible? And then again, it wasn't truly vulgar, perhaps. Hermione was being a bit harsh. But of course her frazzled self just had to go and think of the double meaning of his statement in the most scandalous way. He always made it a point to speak with her, every single morning. And despite his teasing comment about asking her for a favor, he had yet to do so. He was a difficult man to read on the best of days. All winning smiles, crisp suit, perfectly coiffed hair, a jovial tone to his banter, but unreadable eyes. Surely Malfoy had better things to do than wait around for her to show up in the mornings just to bother her. Then again, could Hermione honestly say it was a bother? Or perhaps did a not so insignificant part of her sometimes eagerly anticipated these verbal sparring rounds? He'd not once been unkind, just consistently towed the line of being an irksome prat if she'd not slept well, which, unfortunately, seemed to occur often these days. She never saw him greet or speak with anyone else. What did he do once they completed their friendly morning routine? Did he take up his post again by the flues and await another witch to semi-flirt with again? Hermione had many questions about Draco Malfoy, and not enough details to string together a reliable picture of an honest man. What did she know about him? He possessed an obscene amount of wealth, that was fact. A fact in the way he dressed, but also in the way he confidently carried himself, the way many of a certain tax bracket did. The assuredness of never having to fret over financial security, but stretched to an absurd degree of the Malfoy fortune, it rolled off him in waves. Never mind that he didn't seem to boast about it in the way he would at school, but that type of wealth had its own signifiers. His clothes, his posture, the smirk. So why did a man with an ungodly amount of money and no need to seek out gainful employment spend his weekday mornings hanging about the ministry? He may not have asked Hermione for a favor yet, but that didn't mean he wasn't asking others. But what could Malfoy possibly need from the ministry? Influence? Power? Well, reasoned Hermione, the only way to get answers would be to go directly to the source. "Morning, Granger. Why are you here?" "Can't I just say a friendly hello at the start of your day? You don't even work here." "How would you know? Maybe I have a super secret position with top security clearance." "Unlikely. I think you just loiter about to bother me and then flounce off to do whatever it is that you do." "And isn't that just so mysterious? You can admit I intrigue you, just a bit." Of course he intrigued her. Hermione hated that he knew it too. It meant he had the slightest bit of an advantage over her, in addition to the physical height advantage. Malfoy could look down that sharp nose and make her feel as if she were just a beat behind him. She stared back, unwilling to back down from the silent challenge. What did he want her to see? To understand? Normally a dark grey in hue, but when she gave him direct eye contact now, his eyes sparkled with an intensity of the brightest silver, polished and gleaming. Passionate eyes. She'd seen him flash this colour in herd when she taunted him for buying his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team in their second year, just before he'd hurled a slur at her. They'd flashed this colour every time Harry beat him at Quidditch, when he helped capture them all in 5th year for Umbridge. Hurt, defeat, and triumph. More expressive than she'd realized. But she'd seen them give off other strong emotions too. Reactions and emotions that felt familiar, yet out of reach. The best way to sum up her current relationship with Malfoy: familiar, yet just out of reach. Accessibly inaccessible. And now those burning, close eyes wanted Hermione to throw out her best guess. Wanted the brightest witch to deduce the grand meaning behind it all. Curiosity lost out to annoyance. Annoyance at herself for being unable to decipher the unspoken code. Annoyance that she'd allowed herself to be caught up in whatever game he played. And annoyance at him for having devised it all. She stepped back from him and looked away. "Goodbye, Malfoy." "See you tomorrow, Granger." "Something funny about what I said?" No, of course not. I'm just surprised, that's all." "What's surprising about it? An aura is a highly respected career. It doesn't seem like you." "How would you know anyway?" "It's challenging, and you like a challenge, but it's too..." "Too what? Too noble? Too hard for someone not willing to work for it?" "Too simple." "Simple? Is this something I'm allowed to throw in Potter's face?" "Simple magically. There is dark magic out there, and the R's chase it down and put a stop to it. They don't study it, they don't try and understand it. They exist to snuff it out. What we do, there's finesse involved. a respect for knowledge, for creation. I suppose you're right. This does allow us to recognize the value in less, shall we say, conventional magic. Precisely. I truly think being an R would have bored you to tears. Perhaps. Plus, I'm not allowed to apply anyway, son of an imprisoned Death Eater and all. Chapter 2. Hermione's annoyance at unsuccessfully figuring out Malfoy's endgame was usurped the next morning. Hermione brushed her teeth, rinsed and spat. She bared her mouth to the mirror for a final inspection, and then felt her first jolt of pain. She whimpered and clutched her mouth. Dental pain was singular for how invasive it felt. Growing up the daughter of two dentists, Hermione never developed the innate fear that so many patients brought with them to appointments. Still, she'd had some procedures done that she could confidently say felt unpleasant enough that she'd never want to relive the experience. She wasn't the type of masochist who enjoyed a thorough tooth scaling or root planing, but could endure it in the name of preventative health. The slip of a human hand and a sharp jab into the gum was not an easily forgotten pain. Hermione felt it now. Something pushed its way down from her top gum. Burning tears streamed from her eyes as she braved the mirror again. She pulled back her lips and gasped out labored breath as she watched its sharpened tooth fight its way into position. She remembered how it felt in fourth year when Malfoy had accidentally hit her with a jinx meant for Harry, but a dense Sorgo curse only made her existing teeth grow larger. This particular feeling of her mouth rearranging itself to accommodate a new addition made her sink to the floor for the sheer agony of it. She covered her mouth with shaking hands and sank down on trembling legs. Why? Why was this happening to her? What had she done? Had someone cursed her? Poisoned her? When one fang finally seemed settled, rooted permanently in the home of her gum, Hermione only experienced a few moments reprieve before the process began on the other side of her mouth. A symmetrical torture. She squeezed her eyes shut and counted breaths until it finished. Wiping sweat and tears from her face, she heaved herself to standing and beheld her reflection. Hermione could tear into a man's flesh with these fangs. She could rip and tear sinew, gorge herself on fleshy tissue while warm blood trickled down her chin. Unlike the previous mornings, with their painful, disturbing visions and experiences, these made her feel different. These gave her an edge in an attack. She'd never been much of a physical threat. If you got her wand from her, she could be easily physically overpowered. But these shiny, gleaming white weapons made Hermione the danger. These were an intimidation she could leverage if needed. If needed, she repeated to herself. But wouldn't it be fun to test the capabilities of this newfound aura feature? Hermione sent in an owl to work and took a sick day. She couldn't remember the last time she'd taken off. Then she tore through everything in her kitchen. Literally. Fruits, vegetables, crisps, bread, biscuits, cooked meat, anything with a texture. Hermione chomped on it. Eventually she grew bored of the contents of her kitchen. She needed something else, something more exciting to test the fangs. Hermione found herself staring down at her own hand. Thus far, she'd experimented with different bite pressures and length on bigger pieces of fruit, seeing how precise she could puncture an apple, for instance. How precise could she be on a body? She couldn't say she wanted to taste flesh, nor did she feel the call to drink blood, despite how vampiric she may currently appear. But she wanted to know the limit, a scientific exploration of a bite radius and fang sharpness. Hermione held her hand up in front of her eyes. Her gaze zeroed in on the fleshy part of the skin between her thumb and pointer finger. It wouldn't make for a good test site. Her gaze slid to her wrist, and she caught the time. Dinner with Ginny and Harry. It was time for dinner at their place. She dropped her hand, ashamed of herself. She'd wasted an entire day ruminating over her absurd situation instead of trying to find a solution for a problem. Because that's what this was, a problem. A problem she needed to solve. A smiling couple greeted Hermione in a new two-bedroom flat. Both Harry and Ginny bestowed a kiss to the cheek and ushered her to sit for dinner. Sorry about... Hermione waved her hand at her fangs as she sat. Not sure what on earth is going on, but I think I'll make a healer appointment tomorrow. What for? Asked Ginny. These? Hermione said, and ran a finger along one protruding fang. Ginny stared back passively. Hermione turned to Harry instead. Look at my mouth. Harry obeyed her and looked, stared, squinted at her teeth. It's just your mouth, Hermione. Hermione sat back in her chair, deflated. She turned to Ginny again. Fangs! I have fangs. Ginny looked too, as Harry had, peered close at her mouth, then offered a placating smile. They just look like your teeth to me. Don't you want a glass of wine? A pair of green eyes and a pair of light brown eyes awaited her answer. They exuded normalcy, a pull to stay rooted in the mundane act of a nice dinner with old friends in a homey little flat. Hermione sank back in her seat and ate the food placed in front of her. She ate silently, awkwardly, with these fangs requiring a different motion for her mouth. A lump of frustrated fear formed in her throat. Why wouldn't her friends acknowledge the deformity? And further, if they truly could not see it, why weren't they alarmed at her insistence that she could? Hermione channeled her anxiety into note-taking upon returning home. She jotted down every instance of strangeness that occurred and included her confusion over everyone else's lack of reaction to her predicament. All except one person. A strange thought occurred to her then, about Malfoy's eyes and the way they ignited when he looked at her. But she couldn't take another day off to mess about in her kitchen. She'd be so behind at the office. No standard spell work could rid herself of her problem today. She had no time for thorough research either. Hermione awkwardly shoved a toothbrush around her mouth and decided to skip breakfast. She'd gone through quite the amount of food yesterday while skiving off work, and she had no desire to see all the half-eaten evidence of carnage. She also did not want any further temptation, fleeting through it may have been, to escalate her use of the fangs. Despite the odd insistences of her friends, Hermione felt sure in her knowledge that her teeth looked quite ridiculous. Any time she opened her mouth today would result in her trying to speak or emote around 2 new teeth. A last-minute idea occurred, and she grabbed a scarf from her hall closet. It would have to do for now, until she arrived in the privacy of her office. But of course, Hermione would first need to bypass her ever-observant morning companion. "Good morning, Granger." She glared over the top of her scarf and kept moving. No matter how quickly she shuffled away, his long stride meant he could easily overtake her. Malfoy fell into step beside her. "What's with the scarf today? It's rather warm in here, is it not?" Hermione increased her walking speed. It didn't affect his ability to keep up with her in the slightest. It did pique his interest further. The opposite reaction she'd hoped for. Malfoy stood around her front, forcing an abrupt halt. "What are you hiding?" he asked with a frown. Hermione's eyes darted to either side of him, but perhaps, like Harry and Ginny, Malfoy wouldn't notice her new teeth. Would that make this all in her head? It was certainly a frightening theory she'd considered. But he had been the one to actually notice her hands. The only one. She grabbed Malfoy by the arm and led him to a deserted corridor of the atrium. She'd rather not make a spectacle of herself in front of all those people. Malfoy raised an eyebrow as she took a deep breath and unwound her scarf. Feeling more foolish by the second, Hermione bared her teeth to him like some sort of animal awaiting for inspection. He looked momentarily surprised and leaned closer. "Ah, why do you have fangs?" Relief and panic fought within her. A momentary bout of relief that she wasn't alone in this, followed by a surge of panic that she did indeed have quite the physical conundrum that she'd yet to solve. You can see them, too." "Well, of course, Granger. I'm not blind, and you have bloody fangs." "But Harry and Ginny said I looked normal." "Glasses or no, Potter's always been a blind git, so no surprise there. But the fact remains, you have pointy, precious fangs." He regarded her with keen, almost excited eyes. Though Hermione currently possessed a physical feature that should inspire fear, why did Malfoy appear the eager predator? He reached up, and his touch came within inches of her mouth, before abruptly dropping his hand. Part of her wished he had touched them. And not because it would be further confirmation that her fangs existed corporeally. "Anyway, Malfoy said and took a step back to an appropriate distance for two acquaintances in a public space. Have you figured out how to get rid of them, or did you plan to wear scarf the rest of the workday? I've tried everything, she said with a sigh. Everything within your power, I assume. What is that supposed to mean? Hermione hated that he'd made her feel that way again, as if he possessed more information on her own plight, as if she was too naive to grasp the obvious answer. You might need to pursue other, less light avenues of magic, if you understand my meaning. She recoiled from him and pulled her scarf up, understanding his inference perfectly. There's a solution that does not involve dark magic, I'm sure of it. Whatever you say, Granger. Malfoy took another step back and crossed his arms over his chest. He almost seemed disappointed in her, like a spoiled child sulking after a denial from a parent. Hermione brushed past him back to the atrium. Maybe I'll ask my parents if they have any tips for brushing and flossing and scissors this large, she muttered as she made to leave him behind. But he'd already caught back up. Your parents? Yes, they're dentists. Muggle teeth healers. They might think it's funny, at least. He lost his disappointment, and she thought she saw a flicker of fear cross his features. Perhaps Malfoy was afraid of a little tooth pain. She'd have to keep that in mind for future threats if he annoyed her at a later date. Maybe gesture a sickle probe in his direction and watch him recoil. But he'd already superseded any true emotion with this mask of cordiality again. What an oddly specific profession. Do you see them often? Hermione shrugged him off at the entrance and walked as quickly as she could to her office, lips clamped shut over her offending fangs. If you'd actually like help with your problem, Granger, you know where to find me, he called after her. She cringed at his loud public proclamation, but didn't turn around. That pompous arse. Did he think she wanted to look like this? She didn't want to have fangs. Ouch! Hermione felt a sharp pain in her mouth and conjured a mirror. No more fangs. They retracted, and as she ran her tongue along her perfectly normal-sized teeth, Hermione felt nothing to indicate that she'd ever had fangs at all. Is there so much demand for it? Sorry, I meant, was there? It's fine, don't apologize. Maybe they started it all over again. Do you plan to find them again? Only if I can reverse what I did. If you ever find a new magical lead, I could help. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Not really, just pragmatic. Second pair of eyes, 2 brains better than 1, all that rot. Don't delete it, Draco. It's a kind offer. All had been well for a time since the Fang incident. Easy to shake off a few odd occurrences when normalcy reigned once again. The comfort created by sinking back into the ordinary allowed her to lock her fangs away, shoving the panicked thoughts into the corner of her mind and moving right along. Hermione woke up. She went to work. She brushed off Malfoy's attempt at noisy civility. She saw her friends. She visited her parents. She caught up on reading. Rinse and repeat. Her life floated along on the expected current, but the more she thought about it, the more one particular detail stuck out. A component out of place. Malfoy. Yes, he was a reliable presence, but not in the same comforting way her friends and parents were. She knew what to expect at the end of each of her days with familiar faces. Monday, she'd get a cozy home-cooked meal and amiable company from Harry and Ginny. Tuesday, another wonderful homemade meal from Susan and updates on the joke shop from Ron. Wednesday, she dined with her parents, and they caught her up on the dental office and family gossip. Thursday night, she spent on herself, an early reward for almost surviving the work week that involved a bath and a glass of red wine. Friday, she'd find herself back at Ginny's with Susan, so Harry and Ron could have their pub night, and Luna would join for some female bonding involving movies and alcohol. She knew exactly how each of these nights would play out. So predictable, she could almost script them. And there was nothing wrong with that, Hermione told herself. There was nothing wrong with having a schedule, a routine that allowed for a safe, reliable existence. No more dark wizards and witches, no more wars fought by teenagers, just a happy, continuous cycle of friends and family. And Draco Malfoy. But she couldn't square Malfoy's presence in her contented little bubble. Because he often said odd things to her, she realized. His statements weren't trying to soothe her. They weren't coming from a place built upon years of love and friendship, forged in childhood and carried through the horrors of war. He seemed intent to jar her in some way, be it with an overly familiar greeting, an insistence to walk with her, an urge to natter on about books or interrogate her about her career duties. And lately, his unspoken actions seemed more liable to provoke her. She'd experienced that brief epiphany when she dragged him to a more private spot to show him the fangs. When she touched him, when she thought for a wild moment he might touch her. Tiny details she'd been close enough to notice stuck with Hermione long after they'd parted away. Faint scar tissue where his jaw and neck joined. How he seemed in command of every single facial feature and knew precisely how and when to quirk his lip, or furrow an eyebrow, or narrow his gaze. Hermione noticed his voice and the way he could modulate his tone at the drop of a hat based on her reaction, both verbal and nonverbal, to his end of the conversation. The way Malfoy always wore black made his pale features and white blonde hair all the more noticeable, easily found in a crowd and especially by her. Was the studying contrasts on purpose or simply a matter of preference? And less tiny details? His height, for example. He was perhaps an inch or two shorter than Ron, but Hermione never felt so dwarfed in Ron's presence. There was something looming about Malfoy in the way he stood over her, as if he could crowd in on her and she'd simply disappear. He'd envelop her whole, there'd be nothing left. Part of her wanted him to try. Which would Hermione say she preferred? The creeping unease or foreknowledge of excruciating pain? Or rather that sudden attack of blindsiding agony? Not that her preference mattered in the slightest, but her mind tried to distract her with an existential question as she experienced the latter option. There was a ripping, a tearing, occurring along the skin of her back. Her body jerked at the sensation and she reached her arms around herself, hands scrabbling in search of the site of discomfort. The discomfort came to her. Her body should not be capable of the expansion it was trying to force through, and the relentless nature of its pursuit tore loud, anguished cries from her throat. Hermione shrieked and crumpled, screaming as she curled onto the floor, crying and pleading for the pain to stop, but it did not relent. She had no idea where she'd left her wand, her phone, no way to call for help. Something was pushing its way out of her, just beneath the skin surface on either side of her shoulder blades and spine. There was a pulsing, a growing. It stretched out and beat against the final layer of her epidermis, and it wanted out, out, out. She rolled onto her stomach, onto the cool, hard tile of her bathroom floor. Normally, putting her cheeks against the floor wouldn't be considered a comfort, but Hermione leaned into this feeling, this small sensation that didn't feel utterly wretched. It did not work. Her body decided to just surrender and assumed a prone position that would let whatever the hell was beating against her to expand to its full potential. She felt the first tear as it broke the surface, and she screamed again, her throat already raw from the effort. Hermione hadn't yelled in such uninhibited, involuntary way since she'd been on the receiving end of several crucials from Bellatrix Lestrange's Swan. The Cruciatus curse inflamed every single pain receptor simultaneously. Hermione would never forget how she'd been completely at the mercy of their torture, no control over the way she trashed her limbs, screamed incoherently. Another existential question. Did Hermione prefer general omnipresent pain? The kind that didn't let her think about the origin, just felt and suffered? Or did she prefer the localized version with a specific site? This torture now had no name, no face, just a fervent desire to have its way with destroying and reshaping her anatomy. The other side of her body mirrored its counterpart with a symmetrical tear, more pushing and an odd suction noise as her skin seemed to knit itself back together, even as she felt the sticky sensation of blood pooling along her back. The back of her pajama top was no match for the protrusion either, and the sound of ripping cotton joined the symphony of her weeping. 2 large growths protruding from her back had broken her open. She had a wild thought about the mess she'd made and of even being alive to clean it up. But part of her wanted to know, wanted to see this through to the end. What sort of sight did she make in a puddle of human slime? Who would find her like this? How long would it take for someone to discover her body? Hermione had rivulets of blood, chunks of viscera, and displaced fatty tissue, squelching atop and around her. It smelled of rust, something tangy and acrid. Hermione finally sank into it, accepting the reality of her torn existence. Then the pain stopped. Whatever emerged from her body was now just another extension of her, as it belonged to her, so it no longer felt unnatural. The skin had knit back together, though she'd performed no healing spell. Pieces of her, fluids from within her, gathered on the floor in little streams and ponds. Hermione hauled herself up by gripping the counter and stood on shaking legs, her feet precariously resting on slippery tiles. She raised her eyes to the mirror. Her shirt hung off her shoulders in tatters, because wings had burst out of her back. Scaly, pearlescent wings, several feet in diameter, stood to attention and awaited her reflexive instruction. Free of the fog pain, Hermione's sweat-soaked, tear-streaked face gaped at this new fantastical development. As natural as reaching out her hand to touch something, she lightly flapped them. One banged against the door, the other rustled her shower curtain. Centering herself, she focused on the connection, on the place where her wing joint met her back. More graceful this time than her awkward test flap, she carefully brought both forward to wrap around her. Hermione brought tentative fingers up to the newborn skin and caressed along one wing. With no feather to be found, it felt durable yet light, sturdy enough to support and protect an airborne creature, but not as heavy and sharp as the dragon-like scales from the other day. Each wing ran almost the length of her, beginning at just above her ankles and reaching about a foot above her head. A memory struck, the sensation of polyjuice potion. The way it had bubbled beneath her skin, torched through her veins, remade her into a part feline. She'd looked and felt ridiculous, a creature of the in-between, not quite a girl, not quite a cat. It hadn't felt interesting or powerful in the least. She'd only been mortified at both her physical characteristics and that she'd bungled the potion so badly with the mistaken ingredient of the cat hair. But this creature in the mirror inspired entirely different feelings altogether. She felt powerful, a sight to behold, admire, and fear. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with the knowledge of this confidence. Hermione envisioned how, in the heat of an argument or challenge, she could briskly unfurl her wings, take up some more space, perhaps even take flight above an opponent. These were the appendages of someone who could subdue and conquer. Who would stand proudly at the edge of a battlefield, triumphant and tall over her animals? A current of energy ran through her, a surge she couldn't explain. The trickling of strength grew and spread until she felt her palms jut out and down towards the mess of blood and gunk on the floor. A burst of magic sparked from her fingers, and without having said any incantation, the muck vanished. Hermione gasped and shrank away. Her wings, as if sensing her sudden turn to despair, retracted into her back. She could feel them nestled there, warm and snug and contained. For now. He was there. Of course he was. Unflippable and chilling across the atrium from her. But she held his gaze, locked onto it like a predetermined target, and stepped decisively across the room to him, passing easily through the mourning throngs. I pulled towards him. She had no answers of her own, and the distressing nature of her bodily change, coupled with the previous dismissive attitude of her friends, had pushed her to this. That was what she told herself, anyway. But not only had Malfoy immediately believed her, had offered to help even, but she'd seen the glow in his silvery eyes when she presented her cracked skin and then the fangs. Fascinated and curious, it was more than just a light banter. The momentary teasing he engaged in with her every morning. Well, she'd certainly have something to show him today. "Good morning, Granger. I need you to come with me." Hermione turned on her heel and walked quickly away towards her office. When she realized she walked alone, she spun around to see him scrambling to catch up. She raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that what you've been angling for this whole time? I'm inviting you up to my office." "Forgive me my momentary surprise at your change in attitude. You just had to want me to come with you, so now I will." Hermione led Malfoy to her office, and he looked around with keen, appraising eyes at the space. "Not much of a decorator, I see." "I have much more pressing things to see to than filling my office with superfluous trinkets." "Feels rather impersonal, don't you think?" "It's about to feel a whole lot more personal," she muttered. Malfoy didn't move or speak. He just stood in all his imposing height and self-possessed stature and waited her out. She expected him to be more impatient, to demand she explain herself for the flippant behavior from every previous encounter. Maybe a tapping of his foot, an irritated gaze, exacerbated huffing? Nothing. He directed his steady, patient eyes on her, and Hermione took a deep breath. He looked expectant, as if he knew their little morning dance would eventually lead them there. "I've had something odd happen again, and I think it's best if I just show you." She closed her door, and he folded his arms across his chest. "More than fangs, I presume?" he asked in an almost bored voice. She might have believed him too, if his eyes hadn't already spoken for him. Hermione locked, warded, and silenced her office room for good measure. Now he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hermione undid her cloak, and with slightly shaking hands, placed it on her desk's surface. She didn't think she could look at him for this next bit. She turned away from him. But she needed someone else to know, to possibly help her, to tell her she wasn't going mad. Getting dressed this morning had been quite a challenge after the wings had appeared. Hermione had tried putting on clothes like she normally did, thinking with the wings flattened and dormant against her, she'd make it to and through work just fine. However, her bra straps felt painful with the way they'd rubbed against the folded wings. They chafed and felt on the verge of bleeding until she'd given it up as a bad job and just thrown on a blouse and a cloak. Behind her, Malfoy didn't make a sound. She could only hear his quiet breathing. More than that, she could sense him, a presence, waiting. She'd come this far. Finally, she unbuttoned her blouse and shrugged it off her shoulders. As it fell to the floor, she was now bare from the waist up. The kiss of air on her skin, the absurdity of being in such a vulgar state in a professional setting, made gooseflesh appear along her arms. Malfoy still made no comment. No pithy one-liners, no suggestive comments, nothing. She took a deep inhale to conquer her embarrassment. Hermione concentrated for a moment, then felt the wings unfurl. Covering her chest felt odd, and adjusted the wings in a way she didn't yet know how to control. Oh, I see, he said quietly. She now heard and felt him approach. There was barely enough room on either side for him to step around her, but he managed it as carefully and gracefully as possible. He did not stop in front of her, but kept moving. Malfoy circled her slowly, his eyes never leaving her wings. They never moved down to her breasts either, but stayed firmly above her neck. A disappointed twinge, just a slight one, rippled through her. Do they hurt? No, not anymore. It felt like they ripped me in two when they sprouted, for lack of better term. They appeared this morning, she nodded. You can touch them. She hadn't meant to say that aloud. Hermione hadn't realized until that moment that she'd always intended for him to touch the wings, to satisfy the curiosity of how it would feel for another's hands to feel this new piece of her, specifically his hands. Malfoy came to a stop at her back. As she could not see him, she had no idea if he hesitated, if his fingers hovered, if his mouth had dropped open in shock at her permission. She heard the quiet rumble of his voice. They are magnificent. Then Hermione felt a soft stroke of a long finger along her left wing. It moved in a steady line, a scorching, feathery touch that traced from mid-back to the tip of the wing. His touch slid down along the outside, along the slightly curved edge, and back inward again. She'd never felt such a tenderness in such a light caress. Her brain reminded her to gather evidence from this experience and not just suppress shivers. She honed in on how his skin pressing against hers felt. But her mind and sensory receptors kept returning to the same refrain. Pleasure, 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 again, need, want, more. And it's not painful? No, not painful. What do you feel? Hermione let out a breathless laugh before she could stop herself. I feel as if you stop touching them, I won't know what to do with myself. In fact, his other hand came up to run along her other wing. He spread his fingers wide, increasing the contact surface area. Thank Merlin, Malfoy couldn't see her face. Her jaw fell open, and she almost let out a gasp, eyes wide at the increased intensity. What have you tried to get rid of them? Hermione opened her mouth to list all of the various methods she'd attempted. She had no answer to this perfectly logical question. Because Hermione hadn't attempted a thing. She'd only thought of him. "I don't think I have the right books at home," she said, words almost slurring as desire dulled her mind. "And now that I think about it, I don't think the ministry will have what I need either." "Oh, Granger." She closed her eyes at his voice murmuring her name. "You're not going to find the sorts of text you need in a ministry resource library." How long had they been standing here like this? How much of her morning had she lost to the surrender? His fingers hadn't stopped their permitted wanderings, sketching patterns, exploratory, searching touches that she hoped never ended. Or if they did end, it was only because they'd escalated to other parts of her body. "Let me guess," she said breathily. "Would you have these sorts of texts at your manor?" He dropped his hands, his perfect, necessary euphoric touch gone, ripped from her with no warning. She wanted to whirl around and scream at him. How dare he make her feel that way and then remove it so suddenly? Her wings angrily retracted, as if attuned to her mood. She hastily grabbed her t-shirt and turned around to face him, covered appropriately once more. "At my... Did you mean Malfoy Manor?" "Yes, in your library there." He looked confused for just a moment, then pulled himself back together with a smug smirk. "Why, of course, Granger. You know my library is brimming with insidious forbidden texts." "I suppose you would have the expertise to bring me what I need." Malfoy cocked his head to the side, shook it slowly, and gave her a wide, triumphant grin. "Do you really think I'm letting any of my precious first edition tomes out of my sight? No. You can come to me." "When is convenient for you?" "Any night you like." "Tonight? What time is best for you?" "Whenever you want." He was being unnervingly accommodating. He let her lead him along the office with no questions. He'd watched her get half naked and said nothing. He'd seen wings come out of her bare back and had no verbal reaction of horror. And the moment she'd given consent to touch, he'd obliged. She needed to bring them back to their usual plane of interaction, for now. "Do I need to complete an animal sacrifice or some sort of blood rite to enter?" "No, just a flu will do. I'm sure it will send you directly where you want to go." "I haven't been back." "Ever?" "No, not after everything that happened here." "Is it that you can't, or that you don't want to go back?" "If I had to return to the manor, I understand that I wouldn't hesitate to conjure fire and then spit on the ashes." "Surely you wouldn't need to resort to such a dark method." "It's just a cursed fire, Granger. If you can control it, there shouldn't be an issue." Chapter 3. The flue network spun her into a large, handsome stone hearth. Hermione took a cautious step out of the fireplace and blinked to get her bearings. "Welcome," called a familiar voice. "I'm surprised you actually arrived via flue." Hermione dusted her sleeves and trousers and stepped further into the largest private library she'd ever seen. Malfoy stood some 20 paces away in his usual ensemble of black. "And how else would I have gotten here?" "Are you telling me you weren't tempted to put those wings to use?" "I'm hardly going to try flying about the countryside." Malfoy smirked and approached her. "Well?" He cast a hand behind him, gesturing towards the vast stacks teeming with knowledge. "Impressive," Hermione said honestly. "Yes, I suppose it is," he drawled. "Is it exactly how you imagined it?" I thought there'd be a labyrinth and perhaps a minotaur involved. Some sort of imposing guardian over all your sacred pureblood texts." "Only on Wednesdays. Reliable minotaurs are so hard to find these days. Even with your level of wealth." "It's a creature scarcity issue, really. I should bring it up with the ministry." Her lips twitched, and she thought his might have too. An odd and honest movement of a mouth that she only thought could dole out smom, snark, or winsome platitude meant to cajole others. Or perhaps his a threat, or something darker still, a command to heed. It inspired a moment's hesitation. The sensible choice would be to leave right now and head straight to St. Mungo's. But what if the healers there, like Run with her skin and Harry with her fangs, couldn't see the wings either? Hermione would be stuck waiting, possibly hours in a queue, only to be declared mentally unsound. The folded wings twitched beneath her blouse. The amount of books before her lit a fire within, an excitement in chasing the unknown. God, she hadn't felt it in so long. That thrill of researching the Sorcerer's Stone, or identifying Horcruxes, or... If you wanted to direct me to the Transfiguration section, I think I'll begin my search there. Malfoy nodded briskly, all trace of genuine amusement gone. He gestured for her to follow, and she dutifully fell into step behind him. He walked along several aisles, seeming unsure where to lead her. He eventually came to a stop and waved a hand ahead towards one. "It might be best if you start here." Hermione couldn't understand the hesitancy. This was the man's childhood home. Surely he knew which shelves housed which topical section? She withheld an unkind barb about him being so spoiled that he neglected to take advantage of all this knowledge at his fingertips. Hermione strolled down it, still unsure of her destination. None of the tomes called to her. None of the books had that pull of the inevitable, that siren song of, "Select me, I can show you everything." "Would you like my help?" The siren song wasn't coming from a book at all. It came from a man standing 20 feet down the aisle, blocking the only way out. "I wouldn't want to occupy your evening. You probably hosting a gala or something in the opposite wing." Malfoy huffed out a reluctant-sounding laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. "No, Granger. No galas this particular evening. I'll be sure to invite you to the next one." "Oh, I'd be allowed to sully your ballroom?" His nostrils flared. Malfoy incensed. The Draco Malfoy who'd been bested in their year once again by a girl of inferior blood. The Draco Malfoy who'd been turned into a ferret in front of the entire school. The Draco Malfoy who'd lost the Quidditch Cup to Gryffindor. The Draco Malfoy who had lost something important to him. "As a guest in my home, you may sully whatever you wish here, tonight or any other." He gave her no time to reply to his bitter words, but instead stalked away and sat in an armchair, facing the fire. Hermione wasn't sure what in particular she'd said to cause him offense, but she'd seemingly put him off her company. She wandered the aisles and sections feeling lost, had spun with ideas and theories, but nothing she read as far as titles on spines registered. She began to feel dizzy. Her wings twitched again and seemed to rustle impatiently. "Let us out. Let us out. Let us out. Where are you?" The curious surge of energy flared up again. Her magic wanted a direction, wanted a purpose. She stumbled slightly and closed her eyes, centering mind, body, and breathing. Hermione needed to think her way out of this, but rational thought seemed to have eluded her. What did she know thus far? She knew she'd quite painfully grown wings this morning. She knew the feeling of wings at her back, furling and unfurling as if she were to make a fist with her hand. She knew the sensation of Malfoy's touch on her wings. And she knew she was alone in the home of a man who had seen her topless just that morning, a fact he'd not mentioned yet, an advantage he'd not pressed. She'd never known him to be patient, yet he seemed to be waiting for something. Hermione opened her eyes, but the fog in her brain had yet to clear. She wanted to know more. She wanted to sleep. She wanted long, pale hands caressing her wings. She wanted to think. Something she'd forgotten how to do momentarily. Hermione's staggering steps led her back out to find Malfoy seated in front of a roaring fire. It reflected and refracted off his white blonde hair, making it glow all the more. He looked up when he heard her approach. A neutral, bored gaze. "Did you find what you needed?" "No, I apologize for the intrusion. I think I need to go." The boredom flickered. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I think I'm just a bit out of it. Long day at work and She gestured over her shoulders. "The whole wings thing." A convincing smirk. "I suppose that means you will need to visit me again." Hermione no longer had time to play the game of bent on cheek. She needed the sleep and grasped at the hope that things might be better when she woke up. She clung to the idea of a new day dawning and clearing the nightmare. "Would you mind terribly if I came by tomorrow night?" "No, Granger, I wouldn't mind at all." "Thank you." He stood and approached, a tower of black, and she had a funny thought about how that applied both to his sartorial preference and his mother's maiden name. "You have no idea what you're looking for, do you?" he murmured. Admitting defeat had never been a strong suit of hers. Malfoy stood in front of her and asked her to confess her vulnerability, but his eyes asked for surrendering to other whims and passions. She couldn't think, and her wings ached. I think I need... I'll see you tomorrow." He maintained eye contact, even as she spun through the flue. "What was she like?" "Do you actually want to know?" "Of course I do." "She was very protective, obviously, and powerful. People always underestimated her, sometimes father included. She had such a vengeful streak. Gods, it makes me laugh to think about it." "How so?" "She hated my father's cane. He didn't need it, obviously, and she always thought he looked so ridiculous. But he liked it, so she learned to accept it was part of his ensemble for the public. But oh, this one time he'd gotten her so mad. Can't remember now what he'd done, and I'd never seen her so angry with him. We had to go to some ball or other, and she charmed the cane to shrink an inch with every step he took. He almost fell flat on his face before he realized. I'd pay good money to have seen that. I think it's my favorite memory of her." "I'm sorry you lost her." "Thank you. So am I." Hermione let the wings spread and inspected them in her bathroom mirror. They shone, almost glistening today. They were beautiful features, but they did not belong on her ordinary frame. An adornment slapped onto something plain, almost at the last minute to fool an untrained eye that the whole was just as magnificent as the part. Magnificent. That was how Malfoy had described her wings when she'd shown them off in her office yesterday. The dizziness had subsided. The ache to be touched had not. The temptation to tap into her well of magic hadn't either. It buzzed and hummed within her at a frightening intensity. A raw thing demanding to be tamed, then unleashed. Hermione brought the wings forward to wrap around herself. She burrowed into the slick, smooth skin, trying to self-soothe. A fruitless endeavor. She needed the touch of another hand, and she had someone specific in mind. Malfoy stared from his usual spot, and Hermione wasted no time in approaching him. "Will you be greeting me first from now on? Good morning, Malfoy, and to you, Granger." She shifted her weight, one foot to the other in a pathetic stalling tactic. He waited her out. "Could you come with me to my office again?" "Of course." He said nothing else the whole way. He kept quiet as she locked, warded, and silenced the room again. He remained silent as she turned her back, removed her cloak, unbuttoned her shirt, and let that fall away. She set the wings free. "They appear the same as yesterday," he finally said from his spot across the room, too far away for what she needed. "They do, but they feel different." "How so?" "They feel... I need..." "What do you want, Granger?" "I want you to touch them, like you did yesterday." Her soft-spoken plea netted his instant compliance. Malfoy was at her back immediately, fingers running along the wings as she could sink into this luxury of a touch that felt so incendiary. She might very well catch a light and not only self-immolate, but take the rest of the room, the ministry, the world with her. "Is that what you want?" came his low tone. What she wanted was to turn around and wrap her wings around the two of them together, and shroud them in the phenomenon she couldn't puzzle out and see if proximity to him might help. "I asked you a question, Granger." Her wings betrayed her again. They fluttered as if pleased by his bossiness, his impertinence. Her wings may have been a part of her physically, but they seemed a rather treacherous sort, willing to preen for this man in his unbelievably tender hands. Do you want to drag me up to your office for this every single day? Yes. It felt so distressingly wonderful, the way his hands comforted and soothed her new skin, while simultaneously awakening every other part of her. It's hardly allowing for a productive morning for you, is it? Surely you don't want to fall behind on your work. I don't care. How bold would it be for her to ask if he'd like to walk around to her front again? Would he be just as swiftly obliging as he'd been with her strange personal request to stand there, fully clothed, running his hands all over her bare back? Malfoy was right. She didn't want this. She didn't want him in here every morning, caressing her wings. There were other areas he could caress. Hermione didn't want the wings. His touch left her, as did the two features he'd been touching for a good few minutes. "They're gone," she said. Before she could think the instinct through, Hermione whirled around to face him. Instantly his arms were flushed to his sides, hands balled into fist against the black fabric. Malfoy snapped his gaze to her right, pointed chin and sharpened features now facing her desk surface. Nowhere near her bare breasts. "Sorry," she mumbled and hastily donned her discarded shirt. Malfoy said nothing, just continued his staring contest with the top of her desk. He nodded once at it, then finally met her eyes again. "Have you not put it together yet?" "I wanted them gone." "Correct." Why should that matter?" "How have you handled the other changes to your body?" "Just the same. I simply had to actively think about how I wanted it gone. How I wanted to return to normal." Hermione huffed in frustration. "But what's instigating all this in the first place? Why is this happening to me?" Anxiety bloomed and spiked inside her. How could she explain this to a medical professional without sounding insane and paranoid? She didn't know why at that moment she turned to Malfoy with a hopeful, trusting look. She thought for just a second that it felt natural to throw out a question at him, to see what sort of response he might make. "I don't know, however," he continued. "I think your best chance of getting to the bottom of this is combing through my library. Before you wake up transformed into some creature that can no longer communicate effectively." "Could I stop by this evening?" "As I told you before, yes. Any evening you desire." "You're being very gracious, very helpful." "You sound suspicious." "I'm not. I'm grateful, truly." Except it wasn't the whole truth. Gratefulness was a tiny lie that she needed to latch onto for a bit of courage. A fib that allowed her to step closer to him. Malfoy didn't move a muscle. As he had said yesterday about his library, she apparently needed to come to him. "I'm very appreciative," Hermione stated. A slight reword that conveyed information she'd just imparted. An opening for him. He had to know what she was doing. Yet he made no sign towards encouragement or a rebuff. Something unreadable passed over his face. A shadow over marble. Instinct told Hermione to keep her hands to herself as she rose up on her toes. "Thank you," she whispered. Her kiss landed at the corner of his mouth, right at the edge of where his lips would curl into a smirk should they be making such an expression. She pulled back and searched his face. Nothing. What would it take to get a reaction from this man? She'd been half naked in front of him. She'd shown him the mysterious wings and requested he stroke them in the middle of her office. What had all those mornings of gentle pestering been about if not for this? For her to show actual interest in the form of physical affection. He at least did not appear offended by the lingering peck, but Hermione thought she might prefer that reaction as opposed to this unnerving nothingness. He hadn't stepped away from her, though. Hermione moved away instead, deciding to give Malfoy space for refusal or escape. "I'll see you later tonight," she asked, seeking confirmation that she'd not completely misread the entire situation. "The flue will be open for you," he said, and then turned on his heel and left the office. "Sorry, I didn't mean to... "It's fine." "Right, sorry. I'm fine." "Okay." "You are right." "Yes, I got out of the way in time. Glad I could shield you too, even if I had to, essentially embrace me for about a full minute." "Right, sorry for that." Why do you keep apologizing? Well, I had to touch you for a while there, and I know that's sort of a thing with you. A thing? What do you mean? You don't like being touched. What on earth gave you that impression? You always keep such a healthy physical distance between us, I've noticed. And when the work requires us to be in closer proximity, you seem to almost be holding your breath the entire time. You practically jump out of your skin if we graze hands. I'm sorry if it bothered you, because you often seem so touch-averse. No, Granger, I can assure you that I'm not touch-averse. Hermione stood in front of the flue, a handful of powder at the ready. Could she really show her face at Malfoy Manor after what happened earlier? The longer she thought about it, the more her gut churned in embarrassment. She decided to stop somewhere else first for answers, or perhaps just consolation. "Hey, Hermione," said Ron with an affable grin. "Joining us for dinner?" asked Susan. "Sorry, no," said Hermione with a shake of her head. "Could I talk to you?" Ron and Susan sat side by side, Hermione across from them. She brandished her notebook. "Over the past few weeks, I've experienced some strange physical symptoms. They're a bit difficult to explain. There's no pattern as far as I can tell." She flipped her book open onto the table and turned it towards them. "I've written down everything Ron and Susan looked down at the book. Hermione did too. It was blank. "Wait, but no, that's not—" She yanked it back and flipped through the entire thing, all empty pages. "Sure you won't stay for dinner?" asked Ron. Neither he nor Susan seemed perturbed by her shoving an empty book at them. I should go. Sorry, thanks." Neither protested as she almost ran back towards the fireplace. Hermione took deep breaths, swallowing her panic and misery. She was fine. She was fine. Unreciprocated kisses or no, Hermione needed the man who hadn't dismissed her fears. Her next trip through the flue ended back in his library. "Good evening, Granger." Malfoy greeted her normally, cordially, as if they hadn't shared several downright odd experiences recently. As if Hermione showing up at night to Malfoy Manor to research why she'd grown all manner of physical embellishments was just any other day for him. As if Hermione hadn't kissed him partially on the mouth mere hours ago. As if she hadn't pathetically begged him to touch her. Besides the mounting fear about her notebook, something else niggled at her. "I'm a bit surprised there is nothing waiting here for me." "What were you expecting? I'm here, aren't I?" She regarded him thoughtfully. "No, I'm surprised that for all you talk of your family's private collection, that you haven't taken the liberty of compiling the text you'd think I need." Hermione gestured at the reading table devoid of books. "I have no idea what it is you need, Granger." "Yet you've previously boasted your library would contain the knowledge I require." "True, but as this is such a vast collection and your problem remains so nebulous and ever-changing, I didn't think I could compete." "Compete?" "With the speed of your intellect. Are you telling me you haven't already mentally compiled the names of a dozen books you want to pull from the shelves that you never thought you could access?" I've been a bit preoccupied." "With what?" She had no rational response. Indignant anger flared up inside her, and she breezed by him, intent on ignoring his question, his gaze, and everything else about Malfoy that formed a grip around her will and then bent it in his direction. Could it be a curse? Hermione tossed the question over her shoulder at him as she stalked past the heads of a few aisles. Why couldn't she decide where to go? Hermione used to pride herself on something of a sixth sense in the way she knew how to navigate the layout of libraries. The information called to her, wanted her, specifically her, to seek it out and drink in the knowledge. But as she stared out over the endless towering shelves, lit only by the eerie fading glow of lamps, she felt utterly lost. She was about to repeat her unanswered question to Malfoy when a flickering lamp caught her eye. The dying flame danced within its glass encasement, casting shadows far too long for its small size. An excitable little flame, leveraging the shape of its shadows to attract her attention. A beacon in the dark. No, a beacon to the dark. The last aisle of the library at Malfoy Manor. It sounded like the perfect murder scene locale. Hermione held in her snort at a ludicrous thought and pointed. "What's down there?" "Would you like me to show you?" Hermione approached the end of the row slowly, then came to a sudden halt a few feet away. Which section is that? How have you organized those books?" "I haven't organized them at all." She whirled around to face him and almost jumped back when she found him right behind her. She swallowed her surprise and channeled it into a glare up at him. "If I think I've been cursed, do you think there's a book down there that will help me find out and potentially reverse it?" "I think you'll know what you need when you see it. Go on, have a look and see what you can find, witch." You're suddenly no longer feeling helpful, I see," she muttered petulantly into his grinning face. She turned away and stalked towards the last aisle. She came up short again and couldn't seem to find it within her to peruse it. Hermione did not believe in things like auras. She'd quit divination after all, but a chill emanated from the space. A haunted, twisted place. The abandoned house at the end of the lane you don't dare to approach on Halloween. The cellar door you don't dare open when you're home alone. The wooded path you don't dare cut through at night, even if it would be the quickest way home. Only darkness waited there. She'd apparently paused too long, as Malfoy then strode by her and took up his post at the head of the aisle. The dancing flame now cast a half-shadow on him. What should she make of this man? Her benevolent guide? The Virgil to her Dante? Or instead the Mephistopheles to her Faustus? "Let me help you find your way. Come here and find anything you could ever want." Hermione turned around and ventured back toward the better-lit part of the library. "You're going the wrong way, Granger," Malfoy called. "I think I know what's down there now, and I've told you before. There's got to be a way that does not involve dark magic." Hermione picked an aisle at random and scurried down it. She needed distance and breathing room from him. She needed a solution to her problem that didn't involve fantasies of seduction and enclosed spaces, tight grips and shallow gasps and bearskin. She realized belatedly that she'd just initiated a game of cat and mouse. She heard the click of his shoes against the floor and backed further down the row. Malfoy paused several times. She assumed to peer down and, finding her missing, moved to the next aisle. Hard hammering in her chest, Hermione tried to quit her breathing, but remained in her chosen place. Running would be fruitless at this point, as he'd see her immediately if she tried to dart past him. Malfoy Manor's library would of course only have dead-end aisles. A fitting creepy feature for such a foreboding house. As his footsteps slowed and he finally sauntered into view, Hermione felt an itch to reach for her wand. "This is not the aisle I directed you to," he said. A hint of astonishment colored his amusement. "No, but it's the one I think has what I need," she lied. "Is that so?" "Yes." She was acting ridiculous. Hermione had no reason to be afraid of Malfoy. She could best him in a duel with a hand behind her back should things ever escalate in that direction. Hermione faced the tall stacks and searched the many titles, looking for something, anything, on spontaneous human transfiguration and a way to hide her flushed cheeks. Her pulse no longer raced from low-level fear. A different sort of thrill took hold of her now. "I think you're a very bad listener," he murmured. He stood right behind her as she faced the shelves. She reached out a hand to grab a book that seemed promising, but heard a tsk noise from behind her. Granger. Don't you know it's bad form to touch without asking?" Her hand dropped to her side. The books could wait. "May I please?" "May you please what?" Hermione didn't dare cross into that dreaded aisle at the end, but she could cross another line tonight. She spun around to face him. "May I please touch?" Her fingers hovered in front of his chest. In a surprising denial, Malfoy bit his lips and slowly shook his head back and forth. "No," she let out a frustrated huff. Why crowd her like this? Why play this game if not for the carnal victory? And if he was so averse to her presence, why hadn't he moved away? He'd kept his unaffected composure in her office, but he made one critical error now. His eyes fell to her mouth. It tipped the scales for Hermione, and she committed to taking back control. She'd experienced a frightening lack of command over her own body lately, and that frustration, coupled with her attraction to this man, incited a bold idea. So instead of lowering her fingers, Hermione brought them to her own neck. Malfoy's eyes followed. The simple movement back and forth along her own skin transfixed him. "May I please touch?" The gleam in his eyes had already answered for him, but Hermione waited until Malfoy leaned down from his considerable height to put his lips just beside her ear. Of course. The fingers on her neck moved down to her collarbone as her other hand joined the game, caressing her abdomen. Malfoy stared before inching even closer, bringing both hands to rest on either side of her head against the shelves, as if he needed support to stay upright. He peered down at her, wondering, trailing fingers. His proximity inspired Hermione to escalate the situation. One hand came up, the other moved down, and she took hold of her breasts. She gently kneaded and squeezed, hearing and feeling the breathing against her ear. How far should she take this? "Does it feel good?" asked his gruff voice, lower and rougher than she'd ever heard before. "Yes, may I continue?" "If this is what you want," came a strained reply. His hips were so close, it would take but a quick movement forward to grind against him. But she could be patient, she could listen. He'd said no to her touching him, and she'd respect his wishes. Instead, Hermione continued to massage one breast over her blouse, but skimmed the other hand down her torso, coming to a halt at the top of her trousers. "Would you like to help?" "No," he whispered, in another puzzling refusal to participate. "You're a very capable woman, or so I've been told." Well, if Malfoy wanted to watch her be in control of her own pleasure, so be it. Her hands paused her self-exploration to unbutton her trousers and then her blouse for good measure. Hermione's touch was as shaky as his breathing against her ear. She desperately wished she could see his face to see how she affected him here. But as Hermione looked down between them, she saw the significant bulge straining against his trouser blanket. One hand eased down the cups of her bra so she could slowly circle a nipple. The other hand rested inside her knickers, building herself up to an almost unbearable point before she finally allowed it to move down. She was not surprised in the least at her wetness, with this man crowding her space, almost but not quite leaning against her. His breathing stuttered as she swirled her own fingers around her clit and whimpered. His mouth was so close to her skin. "Do you like watching me?" Hermione asked, desperate for the verbal confirmation separate from his physical response. "Yes." She eased one finger inside herself, then another. Building up the speed in and out led to combined obscene sounds from both her mouth and her fingers that had no business in the hollowed stacks of collective knowledge. But Hermione no longer cared. Malfoy decided to finally participate, vocally at least. "Isn't self-discovery fun?" he murmured to her. "All this learning you're doing all by yourself. Do you love it, Granger?" "Yes," she gasped, hips bucking against her own hand. Malfoy shifted his lower body away from her, but his head stayed put just beside hers. "Soaking up knowledge in my library. What a pretty sight you make." She was so close. She adjusted her touch so she could rub her clit too. "Haven't you always wanted this?" I could help you learn so many new things, Granger." "Please,
All you have to do is..."
Please, Malfoy. Please, I want you to..."
"Let me show you."
She released an undignified, breathless cry as she came. Now she felt his mouth on her skin as her hips writhed and jerked, fingers working furiously. He hadn't kissed her by any means, more of a curling of his lips as he smacked into her body. Malfoy had one final knee-buckling statement to deliver as she pulled her hand out of her knickers. "You're such a good girl, but I think we can break that habit if you're willing." He pushed back from the shelves and looked her up and down in self-satisfied triumph as she stood shaking and panting. He'd ruined her without laying one finger on her, without letting her lay a finger on him. He took out his wand and quietly muttered a cleansing charm for her fingers, and then flicked his wand again, so her clothes buttoned and righted themselves. "Come back tomorrow night, and we'll begin." And with that cryptic pronouncement, Malfoy left her with nothing but the sound of his thumping heart and the click of his retreating shoes. Chapter 4. No symptoms today, just a normal ordinary morning. Except Hermione couldn't stop thinking of Malfoy as she readied herself for the office. Was he thinking of her? Would he show up today? Had Hermione embarrassed herself in front of him with that brazen display? But no. Reliable as ever, there he stood in the ministry atrium. "Good morning." She gave an awkward bob of her head and averted her eyes. He fell into step beside her, as per usual. "Why so shy today, Granger? Did you not enjoy our little library session last night?" "It felt rather one-sided, if I'm honest." "Can't very well give you everything you want so soon. Isn't it much more fun to let it build?" "I suppose," she mumbled. He stopped walking, and she quickened her pace out of mortification. Hey, wait, Granger." He spoke softer now when he caught up again. "You don't regret it, right?" Where had that tone come from? "No, of course not," she answered, surprised by his sincerity. But then she blinked, and it was gone. "Good. If you'd like another evening of discovery, come over after work." "I have plans with—" "Cancel them. Nothing will be as stimulating as what I can show you, if you want." What Hermione wanted was the salacious promise whispered against her as she climaxed, that honeyed voice dripping sin in her ear. Virgil or Mephistopheles, Dante or Faustus, the Madonna or the whore. Hermione irritably banished that last duality from her mind. How awful to only think in such extremes. A middle ground always existed. Another evening of a flu arrival to the library at Malfoy Manor. Her host dressed all in black again. "Would you like something to drink?" "I'd like to keep a clear head." "Are you so easily distracted from the task at hand?" Hermione didn't dignify his question with an answer. "What did you mean yesterday, when you said you could show me things?" "What do you think I meant? You're in the library of an ancient bloodline with access to thousands of books and scrolls on every subject imaginable. Dark magic very much included." "Why this push towards the dark?" Malfoy shrugged. "I have a feeling it's an avenue you've not pursued." "I've read dark texts before." "How scandalous. Have you ever used any of the magic within these texts?" "No, of course not." "Because you've never felt the urge to, or because the situation never called for it?" "Both." "Ah, but what if your mysterious ailments require you to briefly bend your morals?" Hermione fixed her mouth in a grim line. "I think that's putting the cart before the horse." "Your unfamiliar muggle phrases never fail to delight and confuse me." "What I mean is, I need to find out what is happening to me before I research how to stop it. It certainly feels dark in nature." "Describe it to me." Hermione stared back at him, unable to form a coherent sentence. He looked hungrily at her, so curious to hear just how this magical anomaly had taken over her whole being on the days it bothered to show up. But there was another component to all this she couldn't name, the growing strength and curiosity that accompanied it. I'm not sure I can." "Well, let's get you something that can help then, shall we?" He held out a hand that had stroked her newly formed wings upon her request, but wouldn't touch her body yesterday. Hermione took it, and he tugged her gently closer to him. "Are you going to run off this time?" She rolled her eyes and yanked her hand from his grip. "Come on then, Malfoy, I apparently require direction." He caught up with her, and together they crossed the threshold into the last aisle. The one she'd been so afraid to even approach yesterday, and now she strolled down it without hesitation. Whatever chills she'd felt previously no longer warned her off. The imagined mysterious aura swept away, pushed aside by a thrum of intrigue. Malfoy led her to a point midway and stopped. "See anything familiar?" A spine just behind his head caught her eye. "Secrets of the Darkest Arts," she recited and pointed. Malfoy's brow furrowed as he turned to find the title. He looked back at her, and his lips curled into something borderline wicked. "Very good. Come selected, then." Her feet moved forward until she stood toe-to-toe with him, their chests almost touching. The book sat just above his left shoulder. Hermione reached out, but her hand hovered inches from the book, inches from his face. She stilled, her fingers floating and making no movement toward advance or retreat. "What is it you're afraid of, Granger?" he challenged her softly. Hermione, like any person, had many fears. Failure, losing her friends and family, flying too high on a broomstick, the unpredictability of the future, but she did not fear this man. Not his words, nor his actions. Her fingertips rested on the spine of Secrets of the Darkest Arts, a tome she once lugged through field, wood, glen, and cave in an enchanted beaded bag, in a cramped tent for months. This book had helped her discover how to destroy a Horcrux. It included instructions for how to make one too. Hermione slid it out part of the way and stopped again. She diverted the focus of her gaze, flicked it from her hand on the shelf to the grey ice in front of her instead. Stone grey. Not a violent storm with lightning at the edges of tumultuous skies. Not turbulent waves reflecting dark clouds above. Not gleaming ice that could break into sharp, dangerous shards. Just a wall. Hermione trailed her fingers away from the book and dropped them to the back of his neck. Malfoy's eyes remained unchanged, but the bob of his throat betrayed him. "I don't fear a single thing in front of me," Hermione whispered. She leaned up and pressed her lips to his. She half expected more resistance, a reticence to respond to her advances. His mouth's neutral position lasted for a mere tenth of a second. His surrender lasted much longer. Her mouth had started to chase, and he returned the charge with an intensity that should have toppled her had she not anchored a grip in the hair at the nape of his neck. Determined to match this new, unleashed ferocity, Hermione only clung harder and pushed her body against his, angling her head to allow him to taste more of her. Hermione didn't think she could classify their current shared action as kissing, despite the connection of lips, opening of mouth, and meeting of tongues. Brutal, harsh, and punishing. Her lips had somehow offended his, and their retaliation would be fierce and all-consuming. It felt of an insatiable hunger he denied even existed within him until this very moment, and now must feast upon her for as long as she allowed. Malfoy's arms stayed at his sides. She tried everything to have him rectify this, a deeper swirl of her tongue in his mouth, a bunching of the fabric of his dress shirt with her other hand, a sinking of her body, pliant and willing, against the firm planes of his chest and abdomen. She could feel the hard outlines of his stiff cock and pressed her hips to his. And while his mouth answered her with vigor, his hands and hips stayed put. Malfoy kissed her as if this were her fault. When her grinding into him reached such a fever pitch that she moaned into his mouth, he pulled his head away. "I knew that curious nature of yours would eventually win out," he boasted quietly. Malfoy took hold of her wrist behind his head and guided her to the shelf at his back. "There's so much to learn. So much about the magic they never teach you at school. Don't you want to know?" Hermione's grip closed around her spine, and she removed it fully to pull it down. She held it at a distance, regarding the title with a frown. She did want to know. She wanted to know everything. But at what cost? Malfoy grabbed it from her hands and beckoned her to follow him out of the stacks. He took a seat at one of the high-backed wooden chairs at the reading table. "Why don't you come over here and read it with me?" "All right." He pushed his chair out, legs hip-width apart, placing the book down in front of the other open seat. She dutifully followed, but took a slight detour. She was good tonight, purposefully, and that wardrobe choice would now play in her favor. Hermione came to a stop in front of his legs, turned and bent over the table, pulling the book closer. "How am I supposed to read with you if you're blocking my view?" he drawled. "Sorry," she said, though her tone belied any remorse. Hermione backed up and lowered herself to instead straddle on one of his thighs, onto the solid, lean muscle of his quadriceps. "Was it too much for you to get your own chair?" "I like sitting here, and you can see the pages now, can't you?" Malfoy shifted forward, chin hovering above her shoulder. He swept her hair out of the way and rested his hands on either side of the book. "Perfectly." Hermione flipped to the index and scanned the chapter titles. "What does it say?" he asked after a minute or so. "I thought you said you could see perfectly." She slid her lower half forward, then back along his leg. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," she replied with a grin he couldn't see, and kept repeating the gentle rocking motion. She took both his hands off the table and placed them on her knees. Malfoy flexed his hands, but did not move them. Hermione glided her hips back and forth, more insistently this time. He groaned and moved his hands to her waist, stilling her progress. "We're supposed to be reading, Granger." "I can multitask, can't you?" She backed up further on his thigh until she reached his groin. The grip on her waist tightened, but not enough to prevent her from brushing against his waiting cock, nor from deriving pleasure from rutting on his leg. The giving in and letting go felt sublime, so freeing that she couldn't refrain from begging. Please let me. "You're the one in control here." She stilled and then stood to face him. Other than a flush to his cheeks and the erection straining his trousers, he seemed quite unaffected by her wanton actions. But his statement gave her a pause. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Malfoy licked his lips and quirked them upwards, "if there's something you want, something you desire, all you have to do is take it. It's that simple." She lowered herself back onto his thigh, facing him this time. "Perhaps I require a partner in this endeavor." Wet and aching between her legs, and wearing knickers that could be described as insubstantial at best, the thought of ruining the fabric of his trousers made her almost giddy. His eyes moved down her body and landed on the apex of her thighs, as she sought relief for this fire he'd initially ignited in her mind that had now spread to the rest of her. Malfoy closed his eyes, a resigned furrow to his brow, and his hand slid from her waist to her backside. He cupped and kneaded, and now it became less about her initiative as he moved her body for her. Hermione clutched at his shoulders for support, letting him control the speed of her movements, setting a rapid, euphoric pace for her. "Fuck," broke past his lips. "You're so fucking tempting." "You're feeling tempted by me?" Malfoy stopped moving her. His eyes snapped open. No more lifeless walls of stone grey. Now she saw the sheen of liquid mercury, vicious and alive. It could pour down her throat and poison her. "More than you could ever know." He kissed her this time. It had the same fervency as their previous snuggling against the bookshelf. Malfoy apparently did not know the meaning of gentle when it came to kissing. He set a brutal pace once again, stealing the breath from her, and Hermione had no more patience for the lean muscle of his leg. She quickly shifted and threw her legs across his laps to straddle him, grinding down on him. In this position gave her the benefit of his cock, and finally feeling him meet her frantic movements in turn. The full surrender she'd craved from him from the start. As it had previously, a moan into his open mouth caused him to separate their lips again.
The book. You should...
She stopped moving this time, annoyed at his insistence to divert their attention elsewhere. I didn't have anything happen to me this morning.
So you think your problem has just disappeared?
I'm saying that I've now had 2 mornings in a row with no abnormal physical or mental symptoms.
Wait, what do you mean by mental?
It's nothing, Malfoy.
Granger, you sprouted bloody fangs and then wings, and now suddenly you think it's nothing?
I just don't see the need to make a fuss.
But see, here's what I can figure.
His hand came up to cup the side of her face.
I've only ever known you to make a fuss in the face of something you don't understand.
I understand it perfectly. He frowned and dropped his touch.
Oh? Explain to me what's happening to you.
Happened. It's done now.
What makes you so sure?
I want it to be done, so it's done.
So that's it then. No more nightly library visits to me. No more wing massages in your office.
What if I want these visits to be about something else entirely? Hermione shifted her hips in his laps again. Malfoy sighed.
Let's make a game of it then. For every stride you make towards an explanation, you may earn a reward of your choosing.
He leaned forward and pressed an open-mouthed kiss beneath her ear. He brushed aside a mass of curls and whispered,
You were always such an insufferable little swot. Isn't this much more fun than grading you?
He kissed down her neck, and though she could not see the expression on his face, something about his lips felt reverent. He pulled her chin to look her in the eye.
Would you agree to my terms?
You make it sound so formal.
Not at all. I'm saying that you want 2 things. You want to solve your mysterious ailment, and you want the pleasure of my company. I'm offering you both.
With an agility and strength she hadn't anticipated, Malfoy lifted her off his lap, turned her around, and pulled her flush against him again.
Now you can read, and I can give you what you want. See how easy that was.
He smoothed his palms up the tops of her thighs, letting them rest at the edge of her knickers beneath her skirt.
Are you going to hold up your end of the bargain or not? He asked.
You're assuming I've agreed to, whatever this is. Malfoy chuckled, a low and deep rumble in his chest that she could feel at her back.
Oh, Granger.
One of his hands moved to the front of her underwear and came to a frustrating halt.
I think you're too curious for your own good to not agree.
Hermione shook the book open more forcefully than necessary and bent her head over the table of contents. She tried to focus on the printed words instead of the hand cupping her front and erection pushing against her backside. She scanned the page, ruling out many topics quickly that wouldn't apply to her odd situation. Not Horcruxes, not unforgivable curses, not a potion, nor a plant either. She briefly flicked through the herbology sections on various fungi or spores that could cause frightening random symptoms, but these effects seemed to all be of the hallucinatory nature. And her cracked skin, fangs, and wings had at least had one confirmed sighting by one other person. The man at her back, with his hand atop her sex. It could be creature-related, though the transfigurative properties of the sudden occurrences make me think it's human in origin. He had no reaction, verbal or otherwise, to her pronouncement. She flipped to the animagus section, wondering if a forced transfiguration gone wrong could explain some of her experiences. But she'd not attempted that sort of spellwork on her own body, nor had anyone else cast it on her to her knowledge. Malfoy's fingers began to move in a precise circular pattern, causing her to jolt in his lap.
Always wise to consider multiple options,
he murmured. Hermione's fingers curled against the pages of the book as he stopped his torturous light dance of touch. He then brought his hand to the top of her knickers and then inched them inside, stopping there for now. She blew out a harsh breath and refocused on the facts at hand. She had experienced sudden random bouts of physical and possibly mental disturbances in recent weeks.
These disturbances ended when she willed them away. She had confirmation from Malfoy that these changes were at least visible to him. And now Draco Malfoy's fingers were in her knickers. Her gaze hovered over the section on obscurials, on the details of a dark parasitic magical force. That didn't quite fit, she mused, but it did lead her to a possible theory. Magical core manipulation, she muttered. In her enthusiasm to learn more, she shifted forward to read, and in doing so, pressed herself into Malfoy's hand. She let out a sharp gasp and almost tore the page clean out. Is that your best guess at this point?
Yes.
Good girl. His fingers rubbed at her clit, then moved down to her entrance, and her eyes fluttered closed at the sensation. Can you keep going for me? His other hand squeezed her hip in encouragement.
But you're very distracting.
Oh? Did you want me to stop?
No.
Did she need to say it so desperately? He slipped 2 fingers inside her and held them still. Tell me why you've landed on magical core manipulation. She could pass out from want.
It's what I think. What I think could be a solution, but I...
He pushed his fingers deeper. The almost bruising hold on her hip warned her not to move. But you've not yet discovered the true origin of your plight, he offered.
Exactly. But I think if I go back to the section on controlling magical outbursts, I could form a better theory.
Hermione half turned her head, looking back at him out of the corner of her eye. Malfoy chuckled and doled out her reward for progress. In and out, in and out. A press of his thumb on her clit. In and out, in and out. He even let her rock hips back and forth in time with his ministration. Turn to the proper page, he ordered.
If I do, will you go faster?
If that is what you want. Her clumsy fingers scrabbled at the book, furiously flipping through pages until she reached the correct section. Descriptions of how an overload of magical power could be detrimental to a witch or wizard blurred across her vision. Because Malfoy kept his word. Her hands balled into fists atop the table, and she gave up on reading comprehension. She kept anticipating a sudden end to it all. At any moment, Malfoy could decide she'd had quite enough of his fingers bringing her off and leave her gasping, frustrated, and delirious enough to beg him to continue. Instead, he let her come, without any further resistance, demands, or quips. When her quivering and clenching subsided, she watched his fingers, coated in her slick, trail out from under her skirt.
"What about you?"
she asked breathlessly, but he didn't answer. Hermione stood and smoothed down her clothing. Turning around, she awaited his next move. Just how would Malfoy escalate things next? Oh, you know me, Granger. He stuck his fingers in his mouth and licked them clean. I always get what I want. Eventually.
What do you want?
To help you, of course. Tell me more about this magical core manipulation.
I think I've had enough research for tonight, and since I've not had anything happen since the wings, I don't see the need to continue.
She nodded tentatively at the Bosch below his beltline.
Are you sure I can't?
Go home, Granger. You look knackered.
I'll see you tomorrow.
You know where I'll be. Hermione paid the price for her foolish arrogance the very next morning. Instead of waking up and reminiscing about Malfoy making her come so hard she'd been rendered temporarily illiterate, another situation required her attention. She stayed completely still, immobile beneath her covers. Another presence in her room caused a chain of reaction of fear paralysis. Her heartbeat sounded louder than her breathing. If she didn't move, if she didn't make a sound, maybe it would just go away. She didn't want to disturb the thing at the end of her bed. It peered over the edge at her. Was it only that height, or had it crouched down to stay partially hidden? It was a shape her brain couldn't rationalize. Hermione couldn't name it. Just a thing staring back with bulbous eyes and creeping hands resting on the mattress. The sinister invader held Hermione in its thrall. Should she reach for a wand? Yell for help? Turn on the lights? What was the best way to banish such darkness? "What do you want?" she cried. It had a mouth now, she saw. It smiled wide and exposed 2 rows of sharpened teeth. The clear implication to frighten her angered Hermione. "You shouldn't be here! Get out!" The thing vanished. But her morning woes were not over. Now came a pain in her abdomen, a clenching of her gut muscles so strong she half expected another pair of hands there, reaching into her innards with an unrelenting grip that twisted and pulled and yanked. Hermione rolled onto her stomach, her hands grappling with these sheets beneath her body. Reaching for something, anything to brace herself felt logical, but the instinct made no sense at all. What would holding tight to a flimsy handful of cotton do for the tactile trauma occurring inside her? She could throw up for how it hurt, but knew emptying her stomach would do absolutely no good. She tried curling up, she tried straightening out, she tried thrashing her limbs, legs kicking in a futile effort to have her body focus on any other part of her. Hermione gave up, holding herself around the middle and grabbed at her hair instead. Agony to move, torture to remain still. Sprawling outward, but then snapping back to its localized home, the torture in her gut taunted her. It expanded as if it were trying to dissipate, spread itself along the rest of her, conquering her, but also lightening the load for her midsection. The rest of her could pull its weight, could share this burden, but just as this pain seemed on the cusp of doing something other than an incessant throbbing, it doubled back. Hermione clutched her hands to her skin, but nothing her own touch could do would stem this onslaught. She remembered the feel of another's hand on her, but attempting to bury herself in pleasant thoughts of scorching touches still did nothing. She remembered what she'd read just last night in the Secrets of the Darkest Arts on magical core manipulation. Her brain clung to the information like a life raft, and she visualized the black and white text before her. The pain receded inward and turned into something else. Something tangible. Something she could. If she could just summon the strength, she could. Tempting as it was to chase this new sensation, it gave her just enough clarity to remember how to put a stop to everything happening. "I don't want to feel like this anymore." The pain stopped. The strength surge stopped too. Hermione unfurled her sweat-drenched frame and caught her breath. Tears from the ravaging her body had just taken became tears of frustration. Frustration at her naivete, her hubris, and her lust-addled mind from last night. If she'd spent half as much time searching for an answer as she had trying to seduce Malfoy, she wouldn't be in this position. But how exactly did he benefit from her situation? What did he actually want from her? Hermione didn't believe for a minute that his motives were entirely altruistic, despite his claim to the contrary. Inexplicably, a familiar saying floated across her mind. Hook, line, and sinker. Malfoy waited her in the atrium. For some reason she thought he'd be waiting closer, perhaps right by the flue she exited. But like a player taking his stage cue and following it to the letter, he stood across the floor, as he did every other morning. "Granger, you're looking well." "I was wrong. About? Something happened. I felt it was some of the worst pain I've ever felt, but on the heels of it—" She trailed off and met his stare. Excitable eyes today. She'd said something that inherently pleased him. "What else did you feel, Granger?" Hermione couldn't help the nervous swallow this time. "Power." She cancelled dinner with her parents and promised to make it up to them the following week. The urge to seek out St. Mungo's advice dwindled to nothing but a fleeting thought before she left for Malfoy Manor instead. What could she say to a healer that didn't sound insane? I experienced a random bout of excruciating pain and a staring contest with a mysterious creature, but I've willed it away. Better to be a bit more discreet for now. Everything waited on her. Malfoy in his dark clothes in his dark home, a dark text open on the table. He'd kept it exactly as she'd left it the night before. "Good evening, Granger." He gestured for her to sit and took the chair opposite her, a healthy distance away. He slid a quill and parchment over. "Are you going to watch me read and take notes all night?" "As much as I would enjoy that, I'm here at your disposal." He didn't say it lecherously, but the pointed heat of his gaze made blood rush to her cheeks all the same. I think it's best I just focus on reading this evening." She pulled the text towards her and opened the chapter on magical course. Quill poised over her parchment. Hermione jotted down her known list of symptoms from the past few weeks. "I'm happy to be of service in other ways," Malfoy spoke up after a few silent minutes. "Perhaps a sounding board, if you like." "Did you study up before I got here?" "No, I dare not attempt to out-bookworm the bookworm. But it has occurred to me that you are looking at this all wrong." "How so?" "You keep referring to it as a problem." "Because that is what it is." "No, this is a gift, an opportunity." "Going through painful random transformations with no logical explanation is a gift?" She dismissed him with a scoff and bent her head over the book again. "I think you agree with me," he murmured confidently. "You don't even know me, Malfoy," she spat. "Oh, on the contrary, Granger, I know you quite well." Her face flushed at the implication. "I know you like a challenge," he continued. "You thrive on it. So ask yourself this. Why did you come to me for help? You offered, and you were the only one who could see my physical symptoms." "That may be so, but you have other options. Options that aren't me and my nefarious library." "Give me your best guess, then, since you apparently know me so well." Malfoy got up from his chair and circled behind her. Then he loomed over her and put his large palms beside hers on the table. "You could have gone to a colleague at the ministry," he said in a hushed tone. "You could have gone to St. Mungo's, but you're too proud for that. And there's still the biggest reason of all, that you've not acknowledged to yourself." "And what is that?" He bent down next to her ear. "You're bored. You're bored of your neat little life with your safe, dull ministry job and your same old weekly routine with your friends. Safe, boring, and very much not you." She could be offended. She should call him rude and presumptuous, and Hermione should not want to tell him that he was right, nor give in to the urge to turn her face and capture his lips. He continued in his low-voiced pitch. "And now, you've been given this opportunity to push the limits of your magic. You, Granger. You said you felt that raw power. Imagine what you could do with it instead of dismissing it." His hand slid atop of hers, then trailed up her arms, coming to rest on her shoulders. The sweeping touch ignited a lust and determination in equal measure. His thumbs drew light circles on the tops of her shoulders, lulling her body into a comforting compliance. She drew the book closer and read the chapter introduction for magical core manipulation. If what the book said was true, Hermione could tap into her natural power source. All witches and wizards had this ability. It explained accidental bouts of magic during times of distress or in children without wands. Those more attuned to their core could easily master both wandless and non-verbal spells. She flipped the pages, eager to learn more about unstable magical cores. If her magic was acting out, perhaps she was too stressed from work recently, not sleeping enough. Except the book did not entail how to rebalance an unstable magical core. No, secrets of the darkest arts could tell Hermione how to master it without a wand. That she could manipulate her powers in such a way that they'd be unmatched. The wand or any conduit dampened the effects of curses according to this text. Those seeking to enhance their power could pursue this path instead. It extinguished the need for occlumency, legilimency, or unforgivables. All manner of magic were at the disposal of the witch or wizard strong enough to survive the attempt of harnessing raw abilities from within. But it could do good too, Hermione argued to herself. It could be used for all manner of healing purposes. "Find anything of interest?" prompted Malfoy. His touch hadn't left her shoulders the entire time. "If my magical core has become unstable, I need to find a way to regain control," summarized Hermione. "And is that all you want? Just control?" She bristled at the implication. "Despite what this book suggests, I think the wisest course is to try and stabilize my magic." "Nothing more?" "I think that should suffice for now." Malfoy dropped his hands and returned to his chair. Hermione picked up the quill and prepared to jot down instructions for controlling her magic. But as she'd resisted the suggestion to wield her core, so the book now resisted her. The page wouldn't turn past the chapter introduction. Her hand scrabbled at the page, but it felt like an invisible barrier kept her from moving onward. She could move no further than the first few pages she'd already read. Malfoy sat silently, staring into the fire, seeming unaware of her growing distress. Hermione tried to stay calm and flipped back to the beginning of the section. She reread these words, noted down some observations, then once again attempted to progress in the text. It still resisted. Swallowing her panic, she set down the quill and decided going home would be best for now. "I've finished for the evening," she announced. Malfoy nodded and stood to escort her to the flue. "Thank you," she said. "More research for you tomorrow night?" "Possibly, or perhaps some practical application of theory." "I look forward to it." She moved closer, and he again made no sign of encouragement. Hermione frowned up into his neutral face. "Have I terribly misread things?" "What do you mean?" She flicked her gaze to the floor, embarrassed. "Never mind. I've made my interest clear. I won't be coming by tomorrow, as you can't seem bothered to." A hand grabbed at her wrist. When she looked back up, he was smirking. It was the boy from Hogwarts who'd been gifted a broom better than Harry's. The boy appointed to the inquisitorial squad. The man who... "I see," he said and stepped towards, and though it didn't feel menacing, she took a step back. But Malfoy still had a hold of her wrist. Hermione backed up again and then was flush against the wall beside the fireplace. "You think me uninterested?" Hermione stared up defiantly. He seemed angry, an anger born of hurt. But then he flipped his internal switch, wicked, once more. "Please, witch." He bent his head to her ear, catching a lobe between his teeth. "Tell me how I should indicate my interest." He nipped lightly, then dragged his teeth and lips down her neck, scraping her skin. "How should I prove myself to you?" he whispered. Hermione resisted the urge to press herself against him. "No need to prove anything," she replied tartly. He released her wrist and skimmed his fingertips up her arm. They continued journeying up her neck to the underside of her jaw. He tilted her chin up with one long finger, peering down in peak smugness. "Would you prefer me on my knees?" Malfoy knelt from his considerable height before her and moved his hands to her waist. This was an unanticipated turn of events. She could only silently marvel at this new vantage point, this change in positions. What could she say to such a provocative question? "Yes, please, for as long as you want." Nothing came out of her mouth but rapid breaths. "So quiet now," he said mockingly as he unbuttoned and unzipped her trousers. He yanked them down and then her knickers. "Such a timid thing you're all of a sudden," he said with a sneer. Hermione's response to his taunt was to whip her shirt over her head, unclasp her bra, and let it fall away. She didn't need words to exhibit daring. His hands shot up and roughly palmed her breasts. She arched into his touch. Closing her eyes, she succumbed as he finally took charge the way she'd hoped he would. Confirmation received that he would touch her without her having to negotiate or beg. He dragged his thumb across her nipples, circling them until they hardened into peaks. Exactly what she'd wanted since he'd stroked her wings. And then he dropped his hands. Her eyes flew open and she bit back a whine. Should I leave you like this?"
"No,"
she gasped. Malfoy leaned forward and pressed kisses to each hip that involved more biting than necessary. When his mouth moved to her abdomen and began to trail south, she released an involuntary whimper. His eyes snapped to hers. "Do you want this?"
"Yes."
"Then be a good girl and come for me."
His mouth on her cunt was as relentless as when they kissed last night.
His tongue was a crime, wicked beyond reason, and it erased all thoughts from her mind as Hermione sunk into the sensory experience with everything she had. His physical handling and tasting of her was so aggressively in opposition to the careful way he spoke to her in the mornings. Malfoy may have prostrated before her, but she was at the mercy of his mouth and fingers. Hermione hadn't touched much of him during these encounters, but he could hardly stop her now. She buried her hands in his fine white blonde hair. The walls scraped her back, and she did not care. He was fully clothed, and she was naked in a library of a man she hardly knew, and she did not care. It was only him.
"Malfoy!"
She hadn't meant to say a thing aloud, but intense pleasure had skated up her spine, a quick, surprising slither of euphoria. As she cried out his surname, his hands dug painfully into her hips, so hard his nails pierced her. Her legs shook, and he kept on licking and kissing her through it. Benevolent generosity in ensuring she felt every bit of her orgasm before he removed his mouth. He rested his forehead against her stomach, and she could hear him catch his breath, feel the warm puffs of air on her skin. She released her grip on his hair, letting the strands slip through her fingers. He sat back on his haunches and leered up at her. "Satisfied?"
"Very, but I could—"
Hermione waved a vague hand between them, indicating she'd gladly reciprocate. Malfoy stood swiftly, towering over her again. He muttered a cleansing charm for her and flicked his wand to redress her. The sudden switch from nude to clothed made her skin itch. She rubbed up and down her arms, feeling off-kilter again. He never answered her question, and she sensed the dismissal in his lack of response.
"I can come by tomorrow night?"
"As I've told you countless times now." He reached out and brushed some of her hair off her forehead. "You're welcome here any night you wish." The turn to tenderness should have made her head spin, but a warm reassurance bloomed instead. From cordial to flirtatious, too cold, too seductive, and now sweet, Hermione felt like she should start keeping notes on Malfoy's moods too. And why each reveal only made her want him more. Chapter 5. Hermione groaned and rolled over in her bed. There was something different about the pain this morning. It felt like it was waiting for her to order it around, direct it, put it on its rightful path. How should she control it today? She sat up and rested against the headboard, trying to ignore the throbbing that once again originated in her abdomen. She could will this feeling away, but why not see what else she could do first? If at any point it became too much and she wanted it to stop, she knew how to do that. Hermione squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated. She focused on the origin of the disturbance, visualized herself scooping it up in her hands, grabbing hold of it to reform and reshape it for her own needs. Take it, take it, take it. A fetid, rotting smell invaded her nostrils and interrupted her train of thought. Darting out of bed, she walked through to her kitchen in confusion. Had it been so long since she'd cleaned? The mess angered her. The evidence of her former hysteria and fang fixation was in chunks on the floor, on the counters. Lies had taken reign, setting up their own little disgusting kingdoms over decomposing fruit. She could retrieve her wand from the bedroom and clear up the mess with a few targeted spells. Or she could do something new. She closed her eyes and drew on her new, growing well of inner power. Like a pot of water teetering on the edge of boiling, it seemed to simmer for an inordinate amount of time before finally reaching the required state. Magic burst out of her at such a ferocity it shattered the windows. But Hermione could fix the glass later, because in the wake of her strike was a bounty of perfect ripe fruit. pristine, gleaming vegetables, mouth-watering looking meats and cheeses. She'd taken her magic and eradicated the rot. She'd restored dead things to life. Malfoy pushed off his usual wall and approached her. "Good morning." Polite and proper. No hint that he'd brought her to a leg-shaking orgasm against his library wall not 12 hours ago. "Malfoy?" The last time she'd said that name, his ruthless tongue had been circling her clit. She hadn't so much as said it either, as gasped at a decibel level far too loud for the heights of his home's ceilings. "Anything you're looking forward to in your workday schedule?" he asked. She frowned, puzzled and trying to remember. "No," she finally said slowly. "I don't think there's anything." She trailed off and looked up at him as they came to their usual parting point on the mornings she wasn't inviting him to her office for less than professional private meetings. Suddenly the pain pulsed within her. The sharp vibrancy made her bold. Tonight she could discover more of the physical properties of this feeling. And this man would help her do it. "I'm looking forward to seeing you later tonight." "Ah, yes. You said yesterday you wanted to have a more practical approach now. Is that right?" "Yes, I'd like to use my hands this time." "Careful, Granger." His eyes started to either side of them, to the passing crowd of ministry workers. "I'm tired of being careful." Temptation could be much more fun. "Good." "I know, it's why you took the job." "Your point?" "Don't get defensive. I didn't say it was a bad thing." "The implication was there." "On the contrary, I think it's a good quality." "Pull the other one." "I'm serious, Draco. I feel similarly. There's nothing wrong with being intrigued by magic." "Of course not, but taken to the extreme." "Good thing you have me then, isn't it?" "Yes, my own little conscience. Morality made sentience with impossible hair." "Prat." "I see it with you sometimes. The curiosity." "And I'll tell you again, there is nothing wrong with that." Hermione arrived at Malfoy Manor with a burning anticipation. She hadn't yet told Malfoy about her experience this morning, with a pulsing ache that she'd directed outward and restored rotting things anew. "Good evening, Granger." "Malfoy." A set stage. Malfoy in his dark clothing in his dimly lit ancient library. Candles dripped wax like tears of enemies and prisoners that had been let through the lower halls. Certainly never allowed into the foreboding splendor of this grand room. Odd, she thought then, how she'd once been marched through the front doors, bled on his drawing-room floor. She wondered about the other rooms in the manor and glanced towards the tall oak doors at the opposite end of the room. "Are you ready?" Malfoy called her attention back. When she looked back at him, she had the strangest urge to run. Her body stilled, almost like a deer startled into a frozen pose, just before it darted across a dark road. "Oh, Granger." He gave a low chuckle and leaned back in his chair. "You're the most powerful thing in this room. We'll have none of that." He waved a careless hand at her face. "Nowhere to run, little witch." Hermione shook her head, and a few rapid blinks later found herself sitting in a chair. Malfoy's face split into a haughty smirk, the kind that only lifted the corner of his mouth. "Good girl." She let those words slide into her mind, jolting a thrill through her body, then promptly buried any and all visceral reactions to his borderline mocking praise. Another thrill was now building, pain within, acknowledged, categorized, and then tucked away, leashed, for now. Hermione pulled secrets of the darkest arts towards her and frowned. She didn't recognize these passages in the book. She didn't remember coming across them before, and she'd thought she'd thoroughly read the proper sections. But wait, that wasn't right. She hadn't read these sections because the book wouldn't let her turn its pages. Pulse, thrum, in your veins, in your veins, in you. Hermione let her fingers glide across the black ink. It was faded and ancient-looking, yet she could have sworn these words had not been there before. She tried to speak, tried to read them, but her brain could not decipher the language. Some unknowable force kept her mind from comprehending and her voice from speaking. Pause. Pulse. Stronger. Could you come here for a moment? She asked Malfoy. Not until you've made some progress. She shot him a withering glare. I need you to read a passage for me. If you prefer, I slide this over. He rose swiftly from his seat, and she almost jumped. How may I be of service tonight? He ran the pads of his fingers up her arms, a slow, impatient graze as he came to stand behind her and lean forward. Surrounded, trapped, safe. Kept inside something bigger than herself. The cocoon of a blanket during a thunderstorm. A man who represented both. There was an insistent thrum now, beating against her good intentions. An incessant swirl that would whip up into a frenzy and could possibly force her hand. She felt the power grow, but it did nothing for the man to block. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, Hermione said, frustration bleeding into her words. Is this a code or... Well, it doesn't look like a standard text or even runes. It's all just out of focus. Malfoy kept up the light, constantly moving touch along her arms. Perhaps your answer doesn't lie in that book. Not just yet. He murmured into her ear. A soothing, placating she could latch onto and hold. Didn't you say earlier that you'd like to use your hands? Hermione lifted her hands and pushed her palms out in front of her. The pain from this morning still lingered. She'd managed to keep a loose lid on it after her demonstration in the kitchen, but she ripped that cover off now. Her entire body started to tremble, and not from weakness. You feel it now, don't you, Granger? Yes. What is it? It's you. It's your power. Own it now. Control it. Her magical core. What made her, her. She had unfettered access to raw magic, from low in her gut to the tips of her toes to the ends of her hair. She could burst. She could fly. She could burn and destroy and create. Hermione's hands fell to the pages and she traced more words with her fingertips. Malfoy's excited voice came from just behind her. You feel it all, don't you? Your strength is remarkable. If you could harness this, you'd be unstoppable. What do I have to do? Malfoy slid 2 fingers under her chin and tilted her head back. His height afforded him the ability to look down into her eyes at this angle. What do I keep telling you? Whatever. He kissed her forehead. You. He kissed her cheek. Want. He kissed her jaw. I'm afraid. Don't be. Remember, you're the one in control. Hermione tried to refocus, but her pesky conscience chose that moment to make itself heard. We're not meant to tap into our magical cores like that. The raw power. It's usually too much for a wizard to handle. We need a wand as our conduit. That may be so, but how does finding natural ability, that innate strength, make you feel? She couldn't quite articulate it. Not just yet. She remembered the moment she'd received confirmation of being an actual witch. Not a kid with a knack for accidents or funny episodes, but a real, proper, magical witch. This felt similar. This felt stronger. She raised her palms again. Now she remembered how it felt to abandon righteousness for ruthlessness. The fierce triumph of leading Umbridge to a herd of centaurs. The savage success of trapping Rita Skeeter in a jar. Hermione could fix things when they didn't go her way, and now she wouldn't have to rely on luck or chance or life-or-death reactions. Those had been victories of practicality and quick thinking. She recalled how it felt then to use her magic as the weapon instead of her mind. The surge of anger that led to her attacking Ron with canaries. The satisfaction of seeing Marietta Edgecombe with the pastels across her face. She had it here, literally in her hands. But she had no cause to champion, no threat to cut down, no friends to protect at all costs, no pride to avenge. Hermione would be using something dark for the sake of using it. For experimentation. The words on the page slid into and then back out of focus. A rippling window of opportunity she didn't have the heart to seize. Should she want this type of power? Like a pin popping a balloon, her resolve burst. Energy depleted to nothing. I'm tired, she suddenly said and sank back against her chair. Malfoy's hands leaving her. Her eyes felt heavy, and when she blinked next, she found him sitting across from her once more. "You've done well to even identify your own inner power," he said softly. "Perhaps you've done enough for tonight." Hermione agreed and let her eyes fall shut again. When she opened them next, it was morning and she was alone in her bed. What day was it? Hermione stood in her bedroom after work and tried to remember. She'd woken up and gone to work and... Wait, she'd gone to work. She saw Malfoy in the atrium. No, she'd last seen Malfoy in his library. But that had been last night. And then she'd slept and woken and gone to work. And now she was home again. What day was it? The pain paused, like an old friend saying, "Hello, remember me?" The nipping reminder in her gut swirled and spread, feeding itself with her magic. "So strong. You're so strong. Don't you want to know?" She wanted to feel normal for just a minute. And whenever Hermione wanted to feel normal, when magic became too much, her world too weird, she knew exactly where she could go. Her parents. "Mom? Dad?" Hermione stepped out into the room. A barren room, dark and deserted. Where were they? She resolved on the spot, her current setting blurring in a mix of the familiar and unfamiliar. She meant to arrive at her parents' home, and she had. But where were the photos on the mantel, the artwork on the walls, the sounds of the television, or her mum bustling about the kitchen? Fear spiked and choked her, panic hijacking her senses. Where were her parents? She wanted her parents. She wanted a normalcy, not this terrifying blankness. "Hello, darling." Hermione whipped around, eyes wide in surprise and then relief. Light seemed to flood her side, warmth and comfort snuffing out her anxiety as she beheld her smiling parents. Everything else seemed to bleed back into reality. A cozy home, a lived-in sitting room, and the Granger standing whole and healthy before her. "You startled me," Hermione said with a laugh. "You'll stay for dinner, won't you?" asked her mother and gestured to the dining table. "Your mum's made your favourite," said her father. "Of course I'll stay." Hermione beamed and sat next to her father. Hermione relaxed and all her worries turned brittle, easily broken and disregarded. She could forget about troublesome questions about her powers, her attraction to Malfoy, or hallucinations. Tonight, she could simply be Hermione Jean Granger, daughter of muggles, as ordinary a woman as any other. Plain. Safe. Hermione woke, feeling refreshed, ready to tackle her workday. Though she received Malfoy in the atrium with a smile, all it took was a simple greeting to tilt the world on its axis. "Good morning, Granger. How was your weekend?" "Oh, it was... It had slipped by in a haze of nothingness, she realized, but surely she must have done something with her time. "Never mind, I had quite a dull one as well," he said with a charming smile. "Will you be stopping by after work?" "Actually, I was hoping to spend time with Harry and Ginny tonight. I missed dinner with them last week." "Why not come over after your dinner?" "Oh, all right." "Lovely." Hermione waited until dessert to bring up her reason for being so scarce with her friends as of late. "I've been spending time with Malfoy lately." Harry blinked at her. "Oh, that's nice, Hermione." Ginny looked just as nonplussed. A frisson of fear rippled through Hermione as she stared back at her thinly smiling friends. The ripple grew and became a splash in the pool of her psyche. This wasn't Harry. This wasn't Ginny. An alarming realization to have about one's closest friends. Alarming and not entirely sane. But the news that Hermione had willingly chosen to seek Malfoy's company would never be met with such indifference, such non-reactions, especially from Harry. And Ginny should be interested, curious in this mischievous way of hers, always willing to support Hermione, but not without some wariness first. And Harry should frown at the very least, long past his days of apoplexy where it concerned Malfoy. But surely he'd have some sort of opinion about Draco's character. Because Harry liked to ask questions and take care of his friends, protect them. Dessert progressed as if Hermione hadn't spoken at all, but now her little seed of doubt, watered by a paranoid fear, had her observing her friends as opposed to interacting with them. Their movements seemed odd, mechanical. They picked up their forks, put food in their mouths, chewed and swallowed. No reactions to taste, no banter between husband and wife, just blank, emotionless motion of play-acting humanoids. Instead of making a scene, Hermione quietly ate her dessert and said goodbye and flew home. She paced her bedroom window and heart racing. Who could she go to? Who would believe her? Who was the one person who often believed in anything? Luna. But when Hermione arrived at Luna's flat, she blinked in confusion. This looked like Harry's and Ginny's place. No way, that couldn't be right, because it actually looked like Ron and Susan's place. With each blink of her eyes, Hermione's vision morphed, walls and pictures shifting like interlocking puzzle pieces. Rooms moved in and out of view, a flat being created in real time in front of her. Once the correct picture had fully formed, a smiling blonde woman also stood in the middle of it. "Hello, Hermione," said Luna. Said. Luna said it. But now that Hermione's suspicions were raised, her brain could catalogue why that was wrong. Luna didn't just say things as boring as "hello." She pronounced the greeting with a cheery, dreamy enthusiasm, as if her friends appeared at the most pleasant time possible, no matter when. She chirped, "Oh, hello, Hermione. I was only just thinking about how your birth chart means you should avoid any medical procedures this month. Would you like to see a new species of daffodil have grown?" Hermione sputtered out the first test question she could think of. "Luna, when was the last time you hunted for the crumplehorn snorkhack?" "I can't recall. Staying for dinner?" "Only if you're serving crushed irrumpent horns with a side of pulverized nagas. How does that sound, Luna?" "Sounds lovely. Won't be a moment." There was no universe in existence in which Luna Lovegood answered doctored ridiculousness with calm, clinical sanity. Before Luna could return and continue her chilling mannequin hostess routine, Hermione fled through the fireplace once again. But this time, she went to the only place that had recently offered her actual answers. She spun out into the hearth in Malfoy's library and couldn't stop shaking. Malfoy, leaning his hips against her usual table, approached with a smile on his lips and probably a quip on his tongue until he noticed her obvious distress. "Granger, what's wrong?" She threw herself into Malfoy's arms. He caught her, supporting her easily. Restraining all night from descending into hysteria finally took its toll from her. "Are you real?" she said into his chest. "I need something to be real, please." He gave her no answer, but the constant thudding heartbeat emanating from him spoke of flesh and blood, a steady thumping, beating, and pulsing beneath his skin. She looked up into a face showing actual concern. His brows wrinkled, a rational reaction to Hermione's alarming theatrics. He looked confused, possibly worried, a little afraid, maybe uncomfortable. She stepped out of his hold and shook her head. "So sorry, that was—" "It's fine," he clipped. Hermione stared and stared at Malfoy, so long that she watched in real time how he could shutter himself, could whittle away the emotion in his eyes, erasing feeling and pulling obscurity to the forefront. It was a deliberate human act. "I don't understand," Hermione said. "Why are you the only one I can trust right now?" He shrugged. "I have no idea, Granger. Ever since these changes have started happening, you're the only one who believes me." "Because I want to help you." "But my friends are useless on their best days." "That's not true," she argued. "Just the other night at Harry and Ginny's, She trailed off, and the defense died on her tongue. Who would she even be defending right now? Fear dragged through her mind. The simulacra of friends she'd noticed this evening. Dinner, and then... "Why can't I remember how I got here?" "What do you mean?" asked Malfoy. "Exactly that I can't recall how I ended up here, in your home." "Did you want to be here?" "Yes." "Then does it matter?" "But how? I was at work, and then I was with Harry and Ginny, and then Luna, and then..." "And then you'd flew here?" "But I can't remember anything in between, do you understand?" Agitated, Hermione strode farther into the library. She paced up and down, rose, ran her fingers along spines, circled the reading table. tried to catalogue every detail along the high walls and ceiling. No artwork, no tapestries. Odd, she thought then, for a family as ostentatious as the Malfoys to have such a grand library and not decorate every inch of it. "Have you made changes since the war?" "I would say I hardly recognize this as the place I grew up in," he said with a wry smile, as if the unfamiliarity of his own home amused him. During her entire inspection, Malfoy had moved. His eyes only swept along after her, watching her through his library without comment. Hermione wanted more tactile proof, a reassurance that not everything around her had gone slightly wrong. She was playing with puzzle pieces that didn't quite fit. On top of that, the puzzle itself had no definite picture. She had no idea what she was even working towards. She approached Malfoy slowly, palms raised towards him. They landed on his chest, and she slid them up to his shoulders. Solid beneath her hands. Real. She tracked the silvery scar tissue at his neck, an embedded spider webbing in his skin. Her curious fingers landed on one, tracing it from the top of his collar to the underside of his jaw. You have scars," she murmured, "from Harry. Harry gave you those scars in 6 years." "He did." "They're beautiful." "They're a souvenir of a dark curse that should have killed me." Hermione dropped her touch immediately, but Malfoy didn't look or sound angry. He'd answered her forward observation with indifference, a statement of fact. But his eyes had come alive again. He didn't say anything further, and the silence grew and lengthened, stretching out until she felt uncomfortable, audibly breathing. His home was too quiet. Hermione stepped back from him. "Where are your parents?" "My parents?" "Are you really all alone in this humongous manor?" "No, I'm here with you." "This isn't a joke, Malfoy." "I don't recall making one." "What do you do when I'm not here?" "Oh, all sorts of boring things you imagine someone as aimless and incomparably wealthy as myself doing." He smiled, and it disarmed her. She was being silly, paranoid. "Stuffy galas, then?" she teased. "Would you want to accompany me to one, as my guest of honor?" "Oh, well, if you're asking." "I am. Pick a night." She floundered for an answer, unable to grasp the sudden flip to him giving her what she wanted. Something more outside the library rendezvous and mornings in the ministry. "Me? I couldn't possibly impose. I only meant—" "Name the evening, Granger. I assure you I'd have it well in hand," he insisted. "Saturday?" "Done." "I hate them. They're unequivocally awful." Says the man who probably grew up attending them several nights per week. "Bit different for me now." "How so?" "Is that a serious question? Half the room looks at me as if I might torture them at any moment, and the other half wants to see how much gold they could wring out of me." "Well, of course, the networking and social climber bit is tiresome, but you can't tell me getting dressed up and dancing isn't a little bit of fun." "I suppose it could be. Should one have a companion?" "The Ministry Jewel-Tide Gala's next month." "It's the same time every year." "Right. Were you planning to attend?" I'm not sure. I truly don't enjoy large parties. They make me feel uncomfortable." "Maybe you just need the right companion, per your overly formal word choice." "Yeah, maybe." The pain was there again when she woke the following morning. It was brighter, even more tangible, and it wanted to be let out. "Here for you, here from you. Want to see what you can do." What could she do with such an intensity? Could she inflict it outward again? Could she channel it with her wand, or just her hands? Could she make someone else feel it? Hermione always ignored it, or played with the power just enough before dismissing it. Though she felt the stir and knew how her abilities would obey her commands, she would need the book to maximize her potential. But it was more than just a book and spell work. She wanted a partner in this endeavor. Chapter 6. Trigger warnings for this chapter. Disturbing imagery, mild gore. A gala at Malfoy Manor. How glamorous. She would need to dress the part. She wanted to look sophisticated, impressive. Smoothing her hair through her curls, she held them one way, then the other. How much of her neck should she leave exposed? How much for a certain someone to touch her taste? Her dress certainly left enough skin on display, at least her bare arms and shoulders, and what she thought of as a tasteful amount of décolletage. Hermione couldn't remember where she'd found this dress. She'd probably bought it for some ministry shindig and never gotten around to wearing it. The bodice fit her like a glove, molded to her body as if she'd got it custom fit just yesterday. She'd be sure to turn heads tonight, even if she only cared about capturing one particular man's attention. The skirt of her black silk ball gown rustled as she stepped out of the flue and into the empty library. "Hello?" she called, surprised. Malfoy wasn't there to greet her. "Malfoy!" She tried again. Her voice echoed off the hard surfaces and amplified itself around the cavernous, high-ceilinged room. Where was he? Perhaps he needed to play host for a bit and welcome guests to his massive home before the party began. The party he'd apparently arranged in almost a few days. What reason had he given for this ball again? She couldn't recall. He'd merrily insisted on her accompanying him, then he asked her for the date. As she moved through the library, past her usual table, she stopped, alarmed. The book and her pile of notes were missing. Perhaps Malfoy had just stowed them somewhere safe in case any curious guests came wandering through. But his home was still too quiet. Reasoning that Malfoy had simply forgotten to update the flue connection, she pulled open the heavy oak doors. There was only one way to walk, one open corridor to her left. Torches burst to life, lighting a path that seemed almost unending. The light reflected off the walls, and she realized it was a hallway of mirrors. Her reflection flanked her as she moved steadily down the corridor. Hermione stopped to inspect her hair. Her mirrored self grinned back as she pushed a few tendrils behind her ears. She felt a buzzing in and around her, as if the power that had been swelling for a while now glowed outward, giving her a bright-eyed and almost haloed effect. Pure magic oozing out of her pores. She'd never looked so healthy, her skin so fresh. What had once caused her excruciating pain she now owned. The magic course she once thought untamable was now a force that would bend to her will. For creation, for destruction. Either way, she decided now. No more gruesome physical transformations without her consent. No more creeping creatures at the end of her bed. A movement behind her caught her attention. The reflection at her back pounded at their glass prison, seeming desperate to break free. Hermione tore her eyes away and moved along. The next pair of opposing mirrors featured Hermione leisurely brushing out her curls. Hermione reached up, but her reflection did not copy her. It merely kept up the brushing, seeming content and unaware of Hermione watching. Its counterpart just opposite held a pair of brutish-looking shears. It cut sharply at her hair, cleaving large chunks away at a time, looking miserable. And still Hermione could not see where the hole ended. She knew she shouldn't look in these mirrors, shouldn't give these visions any more attention, but curiosity kept winning out. She watched her Hermione applying lipstick opposite her Hermione carving a scalpel into the flesh of her cheeks. This gruesome portrait stuck her finger in one of the gashes and licked the blood off. Hermione picked up her skirt and tried to run the rest of the way, but so many of them called her attention, wanted her to look, to see, to know. On one side, she saw herself drinking wine, the liquid swirling around her mouth, leaving a burgundy residue on her parted lips. Across from this, she could see how she looked chewing glass. She saw how she looked applying mascara, opposite of how she looked digging pliers into her eye socket. She could watch how she looked while sipping tea, or turn to her left and see how she looked chugging acid, letting it spill down her chest to burn away every bit of her flesh. Focusing straight ahead, Hermione thought she could make out a tall, lean, black, bedecked form. She thought to cry out for help, but then thought better of it. She blinked and she was alone again. No matter, Hermione could banish these contrarian reflections and hallucinations on her own. But as she raised her palms outwards, one more pair of opposite mirrors caught her eye. On her right, she watched Malfoy touching her. His long fingers trailed along her neck and throat, reverently stroking her skin. He cupped her face. Finally, he dipped his mouth to hers for slow and luxurious kisses. He was taking the utmost care with her. She'd never seen him this way before. Love in his eyes, his hands undid to fastening at the front of her bodice, kissing her hungrily all the while. He coaxed the heavy gown off her and ran his hands all over her skin. Nothing hurried about it, as if he had all the time in the world to worship her. She never wanted to look away. But she knew there would be a perversion of this beautiful scene just across the way. It itched at her brain, tempted her to take a peek. To her left, she was also standing in front of Malfoy. But she was touching him in this scenario. Something burst out of her reflection's fingertips and caused him to twitch and jerk. He fell to the floor and Hermione stood over him. Her magic was choking him. He gasped for air and looked up at her with fear in his eyes. His body eventually stilled. Hermione stood frozen in front of this gruesome pantomime. She knew it was some kind of horrific hallucination, but it didn't stop her from putting her hand against the mirror in alarm. Then, just as suddenly as she felt the urge to help, she jumped back. She would never do that to Malfoy, and besides, even if something like this were to occur, she knew exactly what to do now. She had this power within her now. She could revive him. She could restore him, just as she had the rotting food in her kitchen. It would have to be tested, of course, this ability to revive that thing. Summoning her magic, she raised her palms again and unleashed a burst. All it took was a small flex of her ability, and every mirror shattered, frames crashing to the ground. She needed to find the real Malfoy. She needed to show him what she could do with that book. If only the blasted hallway would end. Frustrated, Hermione put her hands up against the side of her face, like blinders, and half ran the rest of the length of the hall, her shoes making a muffled patter on the rich carpet. The hall turned a corner, and she followed willingly. No more mirrors to be found, just a normal antechamber leading to a pair of handsome doors. Beyond them, Hermione could finally hear the sound of life, a gala in full swing. As if sliding a sword back into its sheath, she calmed herself, stowing away the power. It paused in protest. She pulled the door open and entered a bright, crowded ballroom. When her eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, Hermione scanned the room for her elusive host. She found him leaning against a pillar, gaze focused on her late entrance. He wore all black, per usual, formal dress robes this time with a cape. He looked every bit the mysterious prince holding court in his remote castle. He didn't bother greeting or even acknowledging any of the other many people he passed as he approached her. Much like his single-mindedness when he met her each morning in the atrium. "Granger, you clean up well." "Thank you, so do you." "You look beautiful." The first comment he'd meant to say. The second remark seemed to have slipped out. He grimaced and ran a hand through his hair. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked. "What do you have?" "Whatever you want, name it." "Champagne, please." He plucked 2 glasses off a passing tray she hadn't noticed before. She held up her glass. "What should we toast to?" Malfoy thought it over for a moment, eyes raking up and down in her form. "Your discoveries." Hermione clinked her glass against his and took a sip. It was oddly flavorless. She let her eyes wander around the ballroom. It was so vast she couldn't even make out the other side. Though that could have been the fault of all people who'd gathered, milling about, dancing in and out of her vision. "I see you're admiring the dance floor," Malfoy remarked. "Seems like a popular spot." Countless couples glided and twirled, the dresses of the women swishing, the robes of the men swirling, a ballet of expensive fabrics. Hermione didn't recognize a single soul amongst the many guests, and indeed their faces all blurred as they moved near and around her. Everyone seemed to be dressed in black like her and Malfoy, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief at having accidentally dressed correctly to some unspoken code. "Would you care to dance?" he asked and offered her hand. Hermione nodded eagerly and allowed herself to be swept into his arms. Malfoy pulled her into a position, and the rest of the room faded away, becoming a haze of chandelier lightning, warm browns from the wood-panelled walls, blood-red drapery, endless light, endless people. His hand was warm in hers, despite the coolness of his gaze. He caught her tempo and led her in the simple waltz, and all the while he stared at her expectantly. He led them deftly, steering through the sea of couples. Had he figured out what was so different about her tonight yet? How confident she was in her abilities and how she could master them. "Let's show him. Let's teach him." The buzzing sounded louder in her veins, in her ears. Her magic didn't appreciate being suppressed. It wanted her to find secrets of the darkest arts. Malfoy's hand on her waist flexed slightly, and she felt her cheeks warm. Like her magic, he seemed to be waiting for her to do or say something. But she was comfortable and happy in his arms. Hermione sank into the moment, pushing other concerns away. Nothing more than a woman waltzing with a handsome man at a gala. Just Malfoy and the music leading her around the room. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hermione smiled lazily up at him, then took in the odd adornments and strange embellishments on the faces of all the other guests. "I didn't realize this was a masquerade," she said. "Pardon? We seem to be the only guests not wearing masks." He didn't look around at the other people. Instead, Malfoy regarded her thoughtfully, then dipped his mouth closer to her ear. "Whose privilege and all that, besides." He straightened up and raised a hand to her cheek. "It would be a crime to obscure your face." Something else entered her ears, beside his sweet compliment, the rushing whispers of faint voices. "Free us. 1, 2, 3. Free us. 1, 2, 3. Let us out. 1, 2, 3. We're here." She expected him to play more of a gracious host this evening, to greet and glad hand with what appeared to be hundreds in attendance, but Malfoy seemed to only have eyes for her. "Who did you invite tonight? There are so many people here," Hermione remarked and tilted her head, this way and that, to peek at the others as they danced. "Oh, just the usual gala crowd, you know," Malfoy said with a careless air. "Any time an event is held here, people just show up in droves." "Are you sure you don't have to speak with any of them? I'd hate to monopolize you all evening." "Well, that's my plan. Do you remember, Granger? I organized this entire gathering in your honor." "Do you mean to say that these people came to meet me? Should I be making the rounds?" "No, Granger. You're right where you ought to be." His grip tightened. It was a haunting, lulling waltz that seemed to go on endlessly. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Flirting along the beat, Malfoy controlling their movements, Hermione's confidence grew. "You keep saying that I can have anything I want," she stated. "What do you want?" "You." "I'm right here." He twirled her, and as she spun back, breathless and reckless words tumbled from her mouth. "I'd like to see your bedroom." He smiled down at her, but she thought it looked sad. "Perhaps after the party." Disappointed, Hermione looked away from him. To the others moving around them, there was something funny about the masks they wore. The music picked up in tempo. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. "Wait, but I thought I saw—" She tried to orient her vision, but Malfoy spun them faster. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The collective blurring of the room, the crowd, drove Hermione to sudden dizziness. Missing a step, she almost stumbled into Malfoy's chest. "Stop, please!" He slowed them and held her steady. "Are you all right?" "I just need some air. Is there some sort of balcony?" He nodded and took her hand, leading her up a grand staircase she had noticed before. From this vantage point at the top, she could survey the entire ballroom. Malfoy looked side to side, then tucked her towards a pair of glass doors that led outside. Despite torches illuminating the balcony, she could hardly make anything of the grounds below as she dropped his hand and looked over the edge. "It's quite remote, isn't it?" Hermione gestured towards the darkness. No lights of other homes or villages to be seen. Yes. Difficult to find." "Awfully lonely." "Yes." There was again a one-word answer, yet much more lingering on his tongue. Hermione's magic pricked at her veins, demanded attention. She felt something gathering around her fingertips. She could compel him to tell her. He would have to tell her anything she wanted. Hermione noticed him keeping a careful distance from her now. Every action on his part that evening had felt anticipatory, as if waiting her instruction. A counter-move at the ready for any move she made. "I used to be afraid, I think, around you," Hermione mused as she stepped closer to him. "Used to? But I think you were right the other day, when you said I was the most powerful thing here." Malfoy cocked his head to the side, inviting her to elaborate. "All along I thought the pain I felt, the changes to my body, I thought I was sick or disturbed. But I'm not," Hermione insisted. "I have this power within me. My magic needs an outlet that I need to indulge." Yes, use it. Something just behind Malfoy caught her eye. Back through the glass door, Hermione could see an open book on a stand, a pile of notes beside it. Hermione moved swiftly back inside, eager to see both again. "Did you move these here for me?" she asked Malfoy. He shook his head. "No, I think you were meant to find them here." Hermione ran her hand reverently along the pages, her magic past sparkling to life, seeming eager to find its purpose tonight. She was more than pleased to see the pages heeded her hands now. She could turn pages at will, see all the spells and enchantments now. Everything was here, literally at her fingertips. She turned to Malfoy in excitement. "With this, I could teach you. I can show you how we could use it together." "I think this is a journey you're meant to take alone." Malfoy smiled and raised a hand to cradle the side of her face. "You're very excited. I love seeing you that way." Her face felt flushed, but not from champagne or dancing. Malfoy dropped his touch as she frantically read the text, greedily trying to imbibe all the instructions, all the directions she would need to hone her command of her magical core. "Not too dark for you?" Malfoy inquired. Hermione considered her answer, considered her response more in line with her usual morals, but she found her conscience eerily silent within her. Her usual warning signs, her usual shame-driven deterrents, snuffed out by something louder. How challenging, how exciting. Finally, a magical task that she could conquer. Not just a bright witch, clever because she liked to read and cared about hard work. No, with this type of magic, she could be considered strong too. Why shouldn't she be the one to use this forbidden magic? Who would stop her anyway? "It doesn't matter," breathed Hermione. "I want to use it. I want to know what I can do." Her magic was singing within her. Warm and lively, it danced in her veins, joyous at the thought of Hermione's willingness to experiment, to innovate. But how to test her abilities? Her eyes fell to the waltzing crowd below, twirling and turning, ignorant to her plans for them. Malfoy followed the hungry stare. Then the music stopped playing, the dancing ceased too. "Look at them all," he whispered, his voice tinged with awe. "They're just waiting." For what? For you. She knew he'd say that. She wanted him to say that. "They'll do anything you want. Everyone here is yours to control," he said. "Does that include you?" "Granger, you do not need spell work to control me." A strange comment, but Hermione had more important matters at the moment. The crowd, for one. They hadn't been wearing masks at all, as it had the other night when she'd become acutely aware that Harry, Ginny, and Luna weren't quiet themselves, so now she could see the people below clearly. "But they're all—" She gestured at Malfoy. "How did you bring them here?" "I didn't invite anyone tonight," he replied. "They've been waiting here all along." Faces with waxy, sunken features stared up at her. Faces missing skin, or key parts like eyeballs and noses. Skinless lips with bones protruding out of cheeks. Bony, decaying hands reached up in supplication and need. Groaning and moaning had replaced the sound of an orchestra. Decomposing bodies begging to be made whole again. She should be horrified and disgusted. She should jump back from the railing in fear, hide her face in Malfoy's chest. But all Hermione saw when she looked down upon the sea of corpse-like beings was an opportunity. Had they really all gathered here tonight in anticipation of her coming into her inner power? "You want to. You know you want to." Here was the upper hand she'd craved for so long. No more meek Hermione whimpering in pain and confusion on her bathroom floor. No more cowering in fear from ghastly images in her mirrors, and no more creepy imitation friends to frighten her. Hermione could vanquish all. "Don't you see, Malfoy? It's like you've been telling me all along. I'm the one in control here," Hermione said, and felt the magic surge. She wouldn't even need Secret of the Darkest Arts, with all its dramatic wording about cost to the soul for dabbling in this act. Everything she required already resided within. It had only taken Malfoy's confidence in her will and ability to push her in the right direction. Some of the crowd had begun crawling up the stairs towards her, partial bodies dragging themselves in earnest, scraping bone against polished marble. Some of them tottered on decrepit legs, falling into writhing, pathetic masses atop one another. Hermione raised her palms, ready to inflict benevolence with her magic. and all without her wand or even an incantation. "Before you do that, come here." Malfoy suddenly pulled her to him and slanted his mouth over hers. He never kissed her like this before. There was desperation to it, not rooted in lust. It felt like a last kiss, the final farewell of two lovers, unsure if they'd survive a coming obstacle. "Go on," he urged and stepped back, breathing heavily. A pleasant warmth just shy of a burn gathered steam from low in her gut, an inversion of the extreme pain she'd been made to feel for days now. Hermione let it seep along until she could feel it in every part of her. She drowned out the groaning dead-like things, thinking of her magical core, and only her magical core. She'd never let it build to such a crescendo before, and with each power surge, she only grew more and more gleeful. Wrapped with awe, she envisioned how the repaired bodies would look, how she would be greeted with vibrant whole humans, restored to life by her hands. When she felt sweat beading at her hairline, limbs trembling with effort of keeping her core stable as it expanded, she knew the time had come. Hermione did not have to drag or push the magic so much as she simply had to pop a cork from a bottle. An explosion of light burst out from her, Hermione almost staggering as if she'd received a blow. Magic ripped out of her with an intense ferocity. She almost felt empty in the aftermath. An unstopped vessel. Her wide eyes tried to adjust to the new brightness in the room to see if it had worked. She had felt everything. Unstoppable at the pinnacle of her power. Surely the results would be impressive. But Hermione saw clearly once again. She was standing above a completely empty ballroom. Stumbling back in alarm from the railing, she looked at Malfoy with wide, frightened eyes. "What have I done? What did I do?" He took hold of her upper arms. "Granger, look at me. It's going to be fine. You did it. It's over." "I don't understand. Blackness clouded over her vision, unconsciousness and its impeding darkness. Before her body went slack and fell to the floor, she thought she heard Malfoy shouting something.
Chapter 7. Her limbs felt heavy, unused. Propped up in an uncomfortable bed, definitely not her own, Hermione's eyes blinked open to a too bright room. She was not in a bed in Malfoy Manor either. A healer waved a wand in her face, then continued diagnostic spells down the rest of Hermione. "Easy there, Miss Granger," she said soothingly. "Take it slow. You're in St. Mungo's." Out of the corner of her eye, Hermione saw a whirl of movement as a familiar, black-haired man scrambled to his feet from the visitor's chair. "Oh, thank God, Hermione!" "Harry?" she croaked, and accepted a glass of water from the healer. "Do you remember what happened?" asked Harry. He looked in a desperate need of a shave, a shower, and a real bed. Hermione blinked again and took in her immediate surroundings, searching for hints before she'd need to ask the question. "How long was I out?" 2 weeks inside. You've been here for a few hours. Do you remember anything?" Hermione closed her eyes and fell back against the pillow. 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks in a completely fabricated reality. Details of her life, her real life, clicked back into place so fast her head spun. An info dump overwhelming for the amount of corrections needed. Hermione didn't have some odd nondescript ministry job. She worked in the Cursed Artifact Division of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She had for years. Her and Ginny didn't live in a neat, tidy, boring flat. They had a sprawling, overgrown cottage that was never quiet and already had 2 children. Ron and Susan currently lived at the Burrow while they awaited the birth of their first child and were in the midst of searching for their own home. Luna wasn't even on this continent. She'd gone traveling with her husband Rolf, and they'd been somewhere in South Africa for the last 5 months. The one that hurt the most, Hermione's parents still lived in Australia with fake names and an invented life with no knowledge of her existence. And Draco. Draco! She almost sobbed his name as her eyes flew open. "Is he all right?" "His room was just down the hall. They might have discharged him already." "How bad were his injuries?" "Injuries?" asked Harry, confused. "No, he's fine. I think they were just interviewing him about what happened." "But if he wasn't injured, why is he still here?" "Just checking him over, standard procedure. And since he came out first, they wanted to know what went on while you were both inside."
Harry's statement hit her slowly. Each word entered her mind at its own pace, was processed in slow motion, then comprehended with absolute horror. Inside? What do you mean? It was just me in there with distorted versions of you all. Hermione, he went in intentionally. He fought you in there to pull you out. That was really him. The Draco in the device was real. The mounting, all-consuming panic must have shown on her face, as Harry quickly reassured her. Hey, it's all right. He figured it out, and no one seems the worse for wear. Hermione shook her head. No, Harry, you don't understand. That device, it's... Oh, trust me. Malfoy was quite thorough in his explanation. Had to convince us to let him in to try this way. It's like a cursed mace or a scavenger hunt, right? You had to find the one thing you'd never actively seek out on your own. Seems like he knew how to lead you the right way. Not quite. It's much more sophisticated than that. Look, it doesn't matter. I need to see him. I need to explain. Before Harry or the healer could stop her, she pulled herself out of bed. Which room? Where is he? She staggered down the corridor, stumbling into the first open door. She found two healers muttering cleaning spells and disinfecting the room. He's probably just at home, said Harry when he caught up. Hermione slumped against the wall and put her head in her hands. Hermione, what's wrong? Malfoy's fine, I told you. And well enough to already be distraught. No lasting damage. No, Harry. She turned to him with tear-filled eyes. I've made a terrible mistake. 3 months prior. Hermione's eyes whisked across the report, scanning for the most pertinent details. Origin, Venice, Italy. Material, lacquered wood. Period, late 16th, early 17th century estimated. Spellwork detected. Hallucinatory, memory, atmosphere manipulation, stasis charm. Curse threat level. Hardly dangerous, given the unknown nature of several detected obscure magics. What do you make of it? Draco asked after a few silent minutes reviewing the report for himself. Hermione bent close to the innocuous-looking antique box. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office had come into a recent haul from some purebloods estate sale, and had deemed this trinket dark enough to be sent to Hermione and Draco's division. Pursing her lips, Hermione considered the report again. A daydream device, I suspect. Partially, at least. My grandfather Braxus had one of those. I've never seen one in person. She circled the table, observing the box from all angles before drawing her wand. I'm sure the spellwork is similar to those patented daydreams in George's shop. Oh? Draco threw an amused grin. A purveyor of those sordid fantasies, are you, Granger? Indulged in any body strippers recently? Ha ha, no thank you. Flustered, she brandished her wand for want of something to do with her hands. Well, this little thing is far more insidious than a 30-minute promenade with a handsome prince. Must be, if they sent it to us, said Draco. Hermione waved her wand over the box and produced glowing, hovering symbols. Despite your family's penchant for holding onto dark objects, something tells me your grandfather's wasn't quite like this either. Not at all, Draco said grimly, recording down the floating diagnostic procedures by Hermione's wand. I think it originally belonged to his father, actually. They were quite the rage in the late 1800s. A popular fixture at parties. Only amongst the most well-to-do, I'm sure. But of course, he threw her an eye roll at her teasing. My grandfather kept his on display in his favourite parlour. He used to tell me the bawdiest stories when my parents went around to hear. Do tell. Apparently, he'd spent the occasional afternoon at the Moulin Rouge. I'm sure he made up most of it. Hermione eyed the object in front of them warily. Somehow, I don't think a stay in this device involves frivolity and dancing women. Draco pointed at an airborne glaring red symbol. What's that indicator? A paradox. Draco stood tall and rubbed his chin. Oh, they've combined the two. You've got a paradox box with a daydream device. That's a tricky one. I'll see, Hermione muttered and moved closer. It feels... Dark? Supplied Draco. She hummed and moved closer. She had the strangest feeling that the box wanted to be touched. More than that, it wanted her specifically to touch it. She stretched her fingers towards it when a bubble-like dome suddenly appeared around it. "Protocol," clipped Draco. "No touching until we've cleared it."
"Right," Hermione said and backed away. "Of course." A paradoxical playhouse. Would she be strong enough to withstand it? Draco kept warning her there was more to it than that.
"Theo's father had a paradox box. There's usually a built-in limit if you don't solve it, but that spellwork is missing here. You'd be trapped until you solved the conjure challenge."
"What is it like inside?"
"I've not done the Daydream one, but the paradox box is not an experience I'm keen to repeat. It suppresses your true memories while you're inside."
Hermione's mouth dropped open in horror.
"It's not as sinister as an obliviation," shot Draco. "It's more about letting you have immediate information and some familiar elements. And anyway, it spits you back out at the end, like a pensieve. No harm done."
"Except perhaps lingering mental trauma."
"Possibly," he conceded. "The paradox is philosophical in a way. It's about getting the user to do the last thing they'd ever do. If you're inclined to resist, say, using dark magic, the circumstances conjured might compel you to use dark magic. Bit of a mindfuck."
Hermione frowned and circled the device. "I haven't done either of them, but I did Owl George, and according to him, if a daydream device is sophisticated enough, it can feel real. It can make you forget, similar to how we experience dream states while asleep. Floating through a dream, or while having her metal tested." Now Hermione contended with two forms of temptation each workday. A mysterious forbidden challenge and a reticent, handsome colleague. Which would make her break first? They'd been trying to get the stupid box open for weeks. Draco kept pleading with her to drop it, but she couldn't. She wanted to know. She kept musing out loud about what she thought the intersection of the two magical realities might conjure for her. Ooh, maybe like some sort of haunted library.
"Even your fantasies involve libraries. Are you serious?"
"I said a haunted one. Or maybe I'd be stuck at a glamorous gala, but it's like the mask of the Red Death."
Draco shook his head at her. "What a morbid little mind you have. Besides, galas are horrifying enough already."
"Oh, come on. What do you have against galas?"
"I hate them. They're unequivocally awful."
"Says the man who probably grew up attending them several nights per week."
"Bit different for me now."
"How so?"
"Is that a serious question? Half the room looks at me as if I might torture them at any moment, and the other half wants to see how much gold they could wring out of me."
"Well, of course, the networking and social climate bit is tiresome, but you can't tell me getting dressed up and dancing isn't a little bit of fun."
"I suppose it could be. Should one have a companion?"
"The Ministry Jewel-Tide Gala is next month."
"It's the same time every year."
"Right. Were you planning to attend?"
I'm not sure. I truly don't enjoy large parties. They make me uncomfortable."
"Maybe you just need the right companion, per your overly formal word choice."
"Yeah, maybe."
He fiddled with a quill.
"Don't suppose you're attending?"
"I'd like to." Another opening for him. One of so many she tossed out in recent weeks. He stared at her for a long moment, bottom lip between his teeth. Hope shone in his eyes, but hesitation had already seized his throat.
Morty."
He swept past her, and Hermione watched him leave with a heavy heart. Terse but not rude, Draco shared her healthy appreciation for quick, efficient work. His cold, clinical demeanor might put off other colleagues, but Hermione respected the singular focus with which he approached her projects. Theirs was a dangerous job, requiring concentration, fast spellwork, and precise casting. They'd had a couple close calls in their few years already, but with each broken curse, with every puzzle solved, Hermione sensed something beyond trust brewing between them. And she was so sick of wanting things and not going after them. When Draco returned from his tea break, she resolved to ask him to the gala herself, to finally succumb to the reckless impulse to seize her heart's desire. Brain stuck on the concept of desire, her gaze slid to the decorative box. The scene painted on the top showed a fine-dressed man kneeling before a queen. What was inside such a beautiful object? Could she enter a new reality and have some sort of mysterious personalized adventure? One flick of her wand and the protective dome dissipated. Hermione circled it one last time before reaching out to lift the lid. Draco had always been an intuitive counterpart, able to tell when she'd become a little too invested in the work.
He'd always been able to pull it back, but not this time. Just a hair too slow in returning. "Granger, don't touch!" Too late. Bright light spilled out, followed by a creeping fog, whirling its way around her body. Hermione could have turned her wand on herself, on the device, and immobilized the curse to the best of her ability, possibly halting its spread. But she'd made a choice, acted immediately on instinct. That instinct being to protect her partner. Using her precious seconds on deflection, a gust from her wand pushed Draco from the room completely. A second spell sent out magenta sparks that flew through the closed door. She'd initiated the emergency lockdown procedure and taken the full brunt of the unleashed curse. Putting up a futile fight against the force pulling her towards to the open box, Hermione stumbled towards the door and sagged against it. Just outside, she knew Draco would be briefly trapped in a temporary antechamber. Unable to leave the corridor, unable to get her. Such was the quarantine protocol for dark magic escaping its confines. Contained for now, that didn't mean Draco would wait patiently. She had dozens of spells and a few curses leave his desperate lips, but to no avail. The protocol was airtight for a reason. He'd be stuck in the antechamber for the full 10 minutes. Then a mandatory trial of one cursebreaker, one aura, and one unspeakable could release him after examination for any ill effects. They'd clear the hall of all magic, cast protective wards, and only then would come in for her. But she knew Draco would not sit idly for those 10 minutes. He'd abandon his wand. She heard it clatter to the floor. He pounded the door, his fists beating so hard she worried his hands would be raw and bleeding. Her physical energy continued its gradual fade, the box claiming her bit by bit. She summoned some remaining strength to call out to him. "It's all right, Draco." "Open the door! Open this fucking door right now!" Can't. You know, I can't." "Granger," he said hoarsely, his voice breaking on her name. "Granger, please!" "I'm tired is all. I just feel a bit drowsy." "Damn it, Granger, fight! Come on! Bloody fight it! I know you can fuck! I'm sorry!" "It's not your fault. You couldn't pull me back this time." You've got just to stay awake, all right? Until help comes, please." "It was my fault. All my fault. That box just... It called to me. It wanted me to touch it. It knew. It just knew." "Knew what?" "That I no longer had to resist pretty things like you. You're pretty." "That's it. Just keep talking, all right? Even if it's rambling nonsense." "It's not nonsense at all. A shame, though. I would have liked to look at you more." "If you stay awake, you can look at me all you like. Please." I would. I would have. Doesn't matter now." "It matters. Man, it bloody matters. Stay awake. Stay with me." Wanted you to be with you." "You have me. Fuck, you have me. Granger, please." "It feels nice. Fine. Numb." "Do not give in. Fight it. Fucking fight it, Hermione." I'm always fighting. I'm tired now." "No, you're not. Do you hear me? You don't get tired. Not you." I do. I do, though. I'm not. Don't make me out to be so noble." She thought he might have slumped down against the door. She could picture him in all his long-limbed, almost feline-like grace, elegantly seated on the floor, just at her back. "You are tough. You're everything. And now I'm going to lose you too." "Being dramatic. I'm right here." "That's it, isn't it? You were always just right there, and I told myself to be patient." "Patience. Overrated." She heard a slightly hysterical chuckle. "You're always right, and it's infuriatingly endearing." "Nice thing to say. Thank you." "I'm not nice, and you know it." Another hysterical breath. "And you know it because you know me, and for some reason you accept it." "'Cause I do. I would have accepted more of you. All of you." "What a thing to say to a bloke." Hermione tried to laugh, but the numbness had reached her midsection. "True. It's true. But you would never, with me."
I take back what I said earlier about you always being right. What's that silly muggle phrase you told me once? That story about your parents and what your dad used to say to annoy your mum. That he... Gosh, it's so stupid. She said she hated it, but I know she really loved it. When he said she had him. Hook, line, and sinker. That's the one. Hook, line, and sinker. Exactly how you have me. Terrible timing. Yeah, that about sums up my life, don't you think? Can't believe I might die and you're making me comfort you. You can't, Granger. You just can't die, all right? She stroked her fingers along the door, struggling to form words. Her silence sent him into new hysterics. No, Granger, no! Everyone I love leaves me, but no, not you. Please, not you too. Draco. The fog claimed her, and she drifted off. Draco screaming her name outside the door. Hermione woke up, got ready for work, and flew to the ministry. She stopped short when she arrived in the atrium, certain she'd forgotten something. She had a full itinerary today, and then dinner at Harry and Ginny's after work, and she should see if her parents wanted to have dinner this week too. Maybe she should have a regularly scheduled meal with them. Yes, important to involve them in her life since they'd come back from Australia. But then what about... She'd misremembered something, hadn't she? What felt wrong? Hermione shook it off and walked along with the morning crowd, determined to plough ahead with her day. Except that someone was running towards her. Draco Malfoy, frantic and frightened, rushed right into her personal space. "Oh, thank Merlin!" he gasped out, and took hold of her arms. "Malfoy, what? Let's get out of here!" "Let go of me! What are you talking about?" Hermione tried to wriggle away, but his grip tightened and he turned them on the spot. When nothing happened, he looked down at her with fresh panic in his eyes. "Fuck, we can't apparate. Listen, Granger, you have to wake up. We have to go." She wrenched herself away from him. "You sound insane. Please stop." "None of this is real. We have to go." "Stop it, Malfoy. This isn't funny. You're scaring me." "You should be scared. I don't know what this will do the longer we're inside." He grabbed her wrist and fear spiked, forcing a cry from her throat. "Leave me alone! I don't want this!" Blinding light, blank nothingness. Hermione woke up and got ready for work and flew to the ministry. She stopped short when she arrived in the atrium, certain she'd forgotten something. She had a full itinerary today, and then dinner at Harry and Ginny's after work, and... Hermione shook it off and walked along with the morning crowd, determined to plough ahead with her day. She couldn't remember when Draco Malfoy became a part of her morning routine, but there he stood, each day, as if waiting for her. As Hermione shot out of the flue and into the ministry atrium, she immediately clocked the tall, leaning form dressed head to toe in black from across the polished floors. Hermione gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement, which he routinely interpreted as permission to abandon his post and approach her. "Good morning to you, Granger." "Malfoy." "That's it for a greeting. Just a surname." "Was there something else you were expecting?" "Oh, I don't know. Something a little more befitting your reputation for brilliance, perhaps." "Goodbye, Malfoy." "Have a pleasant and productive workday, Granger." Hermione wrapped up her sanitized recollection to the ministry inquiry team with a brisk explanation of Draco guiding her towards the puzzle solution. Dark magic. She kept her story for the official record almost clinical. She was sucked in. She lived in the world created for her. Malfoy tempted her with unknown magical knowledge and ancient books, which she then used, and this apparently had satisfied the device's requirements. Hands shook, but she kept her voice steady. "You know me, always tempted by books," she joked weakly. A few of them chuckled, and Hermione ceded the discussion to Harry as the reporting aura on the scene. Hermione then focused on her breathing, so as not to unravel. It only became more difficult the longer Harry spoke. He described the pensive-like nature of the box, how once opened, Draco could enter willingly after her. Stasis magic and the device kept both her and Draco alive as it attempted to morph and then drain Hermione's magic. That was Draco's working theory, anyway. Once finished inside, Hermione had returned unconscious, a side effect no one could medically or magically explain. Draco had returned normally, alerted Harry, and they'd both been transferred to St. Mungo's. When they'd been dismissed by the inquiry team, Hermione followed Harry glumly back to his office.
Clutching the requested report, she sank into his visitor's chair and read through the testimony given the previous day by Draco, separately from hers. In the neat words of the transcript, she read his concise replies to the inquiry team. When Miss Granger mentioned seeing her parents, I suspected delusion had taken a hold. Further mentions of my former home, a place she knows to be vacant, increased my worry. I endeavored to pique Miss Granger's interest in more obscure magics, sensing the paradox component would want someone of her moral standing to succumb to something forbidden. She appeared to be suffering from strange physical ailments, symptoms clearly meant to horrify and distress her, pushing her to a state desperate enough to seek my help. I cannot speak to Miss Granger's experience outside my interactions with her. Only when I was in the same conjured space with her was I conscious, for lack of better term. He protected her dignity at least. Not one mention of topless wing-stroking or sex acts in his fake library. Sex acts she'd coerced him into when he tried everything short of physically pushing her away to dissuade the escalation. She finally lost her composure, tears pooling in her eyes. Hermione handed the parchment to Harry so she could dab at her irksome tears. Draco had played right into her silly little fantasy. A gothic fairy tale with a dark, tempting prince and a spooky manor, luring her with promises of power and pleasure. All the progress he'd made over the years to be a better man that she'd seen with her own eyes, heard from his own lips. Just like that, she'd reduced him to a caricature of himself, to the last thing he'd want to become. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, setting down the transcript. Hermione sniffled and shook her head. "He must hate me." Harry gave her a pained smile. "He's in love with you. He's been for a while, I think." "Don't be ridiculous, Harry. Me and Ginny had a bet going. Seems she won." "What was the bet?" "Which one of you would confess first? She bet on Malfoy." "No one's declared anything. Don't be silly." "Hermione, we had to disarm him and physically drag him away from the door. That says a lot, don't you think?" "He just felt responsible for me since I'd spared him from the curse." Harry levelled her with a serious look. "I haven't seen Malfoy that desperate and upset since 6th year. He would have done anything to get you out." Yes, anything. That was the problem, wasn't it? He let her use him, sensing her attraction to him, kept her interested in seeking the required knowledge for the solution, and she loved every second of it. Harry came around the desk and squeezed her shoulder. "Just go talk to him." Hermione nodded and left for home, a familiar feeling in her gut. She'd only told Harry the bare minimum of the romantic element to her experience inside the device. Any more, and her poor friend would probably have a heart attack. But she hadn't told him the other thing. She told no one of the other thing. The thing she felt now. A strength nestled comfortably within. The power still and dormant, but very much alive. Alive and waiting to do her bidding. Chapter 8. Hermione knocked a sharp, confident 3 times on Draco's front door. She'd never visited him at home before, a home that was very much not Malfoy Manor. She didn't have to wait long. Draco opened the door with a grim, resigned look. "Hi," she said. "I suppose you want to come in to talk." "You weren't at work." Draco frowned and pulled the door wider. Hermione accepted the unspoken invitation and brushed past him. His health in the countryside, while as secluded as his former manor, was more cottage than castle. Everything felt light and open, pastel and cream decor, and large windows to let in plenty of sunlight. Hermione strode boldly into his sitting room and perched on the sofa, hoping he would follow. "Tea?" He sighed more than asked. "Yes, please." She allowed him privacy and silence while he prepared 2 cups, knowing he wouldn't even need to ask how she took hers. He set a steaming cup in front of her, and then sat on the furthest point of the sofa away from her. Hermione sipped her tea, allowing the warmth to calm her nerves. "I came here to thank you." "Thank me?" he scoffed. "You should be hexing me instead." "I'm sorry, Draco. I'm sorry. Don't. You saved me from—" "Stop." "But you did. You saved me and I—" "Fucking stop, Granger." She clamped her lips shut. "It was all my fault, all right? I should have never left you alone with it. Not when I could tell." He broke off and stared down at his hands. Hermione didn't know how to breach this rift, not when he didn't even want to address what had happened between them. This man had made her come with his voice, fingers, and tongue. And now he wouldn't even look her in the eye. "Harry said you figured it out," Hermione said, breaking the tense silence. "How the device worked and how you could enter it." Draco still wouldn't look at her, anchoring his palms on his thighs. "Yes, you'd absorbed the entire curse, so I was able to enter undetected. It didn't want me, so long as I played along." "It was more powerful than we realized," Hermione said. "It had been feeding off us the entire time we worked on it, wading through our thoughts and desires until one of us made contact. Her, the weaker one." Discussing the device as they normally would at work seemed to mollify him. "It's meant as a parlor trick, but this one had gone dodgy. I think it tried to leech off your magic so it could imbue your power. It thought it could make you feel safe and comfortable enough by surrounding you with familiar faces, by surrounding you with the people you love." But it got it wrong. Draco finally looked at her, and she tried to hold his gaze, tried to make him understand why it had gotten it so wrong, why he hadn't been initially included in her ideal comfort bubble. "It underestimated you. Your mind is too strong. You're too strong. All those awful things that happened to you was your body trying to shock you out of it, trying to tell you it wasn't real, that this was a nightmare," Draco said. Hermione knew all that already. It wasn't hard to plot out. While part of her mind was dulled into submission with the safe fantasy, part of her had fought back. Despite all that had gone on, she couldn't deny the slight feeling of pride that her own mind had sought to snap her back to reality. But she needed Draco to understand an important detail. "You weren't in there because I didn't feel safe around you." "I see." "No, you don't. I was never afraid of you. I was afraid of what I feel for you." Draco opened his mouth, then closed it again with a head shake. Hermione chanced moving closer to him. They sat almost thigh to thigh, but she resisted touching him. "I didn't. Please tell me I didn't force you to do anything you didn't want to." "No," Draco said swiftly. "No, my actions were mine. You weren't controlling me. There were some limitations on where I could go, time-dependent things. Once your mind decided where I fit in the script, the box took care of the rest. Where to put me, how to dress me, that sort of thing. But everything I did was of my own volition, for which I am so sorry." Hermione let out a relieved exhale, but a new worry took hold. "But you were just tempting me to, it was all what we did. You were just playing a part." He faced her now, looking pained. I tried everything not to, Granger. The first time I went in, I ran straight up to you, but you were too entrenched in a fantasy. I scared the daylights out of you, and your magic pushed me right out. On my second attempt, I knew I'd have to work with the hand I was dealt. A world where you didn't know me as you do now." He misunderstood the meaning behind her question. "Clever of you to adopt a mysterious, aloof presence that only existed to annoy me," she said in a desperate attempt at levity. "I just had to make you curious because I knew if I got to you questioning things, if I got you interested in a theory, you'd want to chase it down. Because I know you, Granger, and nothing gets you going quite like a mystery, like a puzzle to solve." His response faded into a mutter. "As despicable as my actions became to achieve that goal." "Please don't call it despicable." "I hope you know that if I thought I tried to get you to see another way, I tried to have you really look at the life around you and see how none of it made sense. The filler details that you would have normally questions for the lack of specificity." "Like my untitled job or my nondescript offers?" "Yes, but the device gave you just enough to appease you, and I was so worried it had lulled you efficiently, that we'd lose you before—" He trailed off, unable to articulate any further morbid outcomes. "You were brilliant," Hermione said quietly. Draco grimaced and shook his head. "You trusted me, and you barely batted your lashes and I caved." "Don't, Draco." She placed a hand atop his. "Please don't make it out to be so. I enjoyed that part." She expected him to look slightly relieved, possibly even grateful. "So you want him? Is that it?" He ripped his hand away. "What do you mean, him? He's you. You said so yourself. Just an act, was it?" "An act?" He scoffed.
Is that how you want to be treated? This is the real world, Granger. You have to do more than just want it. Use your words. You're angry with me. No, I'm disgusted with myself. You saved my life, and I'd do it again, but what does that make me? Is that how you see me, this dark, twisted, dangerous person? Am I interesting to you because of this?
No, you're human. That duality makes you human, Draco. He let out a shuddering breath and leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes.
Yes, and some of us are a little more fucked up in the head than others, or maybe can tap into those darker tendencies too easily. Tell him. He'll understand.
Hermione brushed aside the power that bit could wait. That version of you, I won't let you make me feel guilty for being sexually attracted to you, but you weren't the man I know. That stupid device stripped everything from my brain that I knew to be the real you. It made me forget everything about our friendship, our work, all our time together. You may have worn the same face, inhabited the same body, but you weren't mine.
His eyes snapped open. Oh, believe me, Granger, I was fucking yours.
You weren't the man I'm in love with. Frustrated and embarrassed, Hermione rose quickly and headed for the door. She'd almost made it out when a hand pushed the top of the door shut over her head.
Absolutely fucking not. You're going to leave after saying something like that to me?
Hermione swallowed as she turned to face him. It seemed like you needed space.
Liar, he said with a sneer. You were running away. I had to confess through a damn door, thinking you were about to die.
I hardly call that a confession. What's stopping you from telling me now?
What always stops me in the real world? Guilt.
Draco, we've discussed this. What could you possibly feel guilty about? She thought he might stalk off angrily, resentful that she would confront him on this topic. Instead, he moved closer, crowding her against the door. If he didn't look so miserable, she would have pressed against him, fallen into him with passionate actions instead of inadequate words. She attempted comfort anyway with a palm against his cheek. Touching him here, now outside of a dream's confines, felt imbued with heavy meaning, free of false intent or motive. Draco seemed to struggle for a moment, raising his hands, but then thinking better of it and dropping them. Simultaneously, his head chased her touch, almost nuzzling her palm.
Every single time I want something, I get settled with a twisted, sick version of it, he whispered. Have you ever noticed that? I have. You want power and prestige, Draco? Throw your lot in with the Dark Lord, become a mindless servant who do the bidding of others. You want a respectable ministry career, Draco? Here we'll graciously allow you to try and turn your name around by putting you in contact with dark artifacts every day.
But you're good at it. You're good at what you do.
He snorted derisively. Of course I am, Granger. That's what the ministry wants. Keep me in my corner on a leash. Tempt me with fascinating objects I'm not allowed to use, but they need me to pick them apart. And then you.
Hermione dropped her touch.
Me? And oh, he let out a dark chuckle. Wasn't that the cruelest twist of all? A universe where you finally look at me as more than a colleague. And it wasn't real. It wasn't fucking real. You have no idea what kind of torture that was for me. To have you look at me, to have you want me, and to know it was all just a twisted fantasy. Gods, it was the worst temptation of my life.
With the door at her back, Hermione had nowhere to go but him. But she was not the party responsible for closing the distance. Draco stepped closer, bringing them almost chest to chest. Every inhale and exhale fraught with tense indecision. Well, now, we're even then, Hermione whispered, voice weak from wanting him.
Even? What are you talking about?
You drive me absolutely mad every day at work. His eyes widened, and something other than misery and self-deprecation finally shone in them.
Hope. Part of me wondered if it was me, the thing you shouldn't want, the thing you were compelled to chase.
Hermione shook her head, raising both her palms. She brought him just short of his shoulders. Please, Draco, let me show you now. It's all right. He nodded, and Hermione surged ahead. She gripped his shoulders, then pulled herself to him, winding her arms around his neck and nestling against his chest. They breathed in sync for a few quiet moments. Though he'd partially given in, Hermione knew he needed more reassurance before he could fully reciprocate. Tipping her head back, but keeping her arms looped, she forced him to look at her. Aside from some ministry paperwork regarding a romantic relationship between colleagues and my own insecurities, I hardly consider you forbidden." She slid her hands down to his front, curling his shirt fabric between her fingers. "Please, please, you can touch me now," she begged. Draco warred with himself for another moment before surrendering. He finally put his hands on her, not inhibited, not fleeting. He was sinking into her with no defense in place. She knew these hands, just not like this. They traced slowly up her back, this time sans wings, and then wrapped tightly around her entire body. His hands wandered up to the back of her neck, anchored within her hair. "This is how I want it to be, how I always wanted it to be with you," he quietly confessed. "You don't have to hold yourself back anymore, please." Hermione leaned her face up and met willing lips in a brief kiss. "Never again, Draco. It's real now, okay? I promise it's real. I've wanted you for so—" He didn't let her finish as he brought their mouths together again. There was still a shaky desperation to his touches, to his kisses. It wasn't quite the measured confidence she'd seen in that one mirror, but she knew with time and practice they could achieve that vision. First, they needed to exercise each other's skill. Absolution through touch, forgiveness via kiss. Hermione arched into him, gratified when he welcomed their bodies melding to one another. Draco groaned when she ground against him and moved his lips down her jaw. "I'd do anything, you know that, right?" He panted into her neck. "Anything, anything, for you, I know," Hermione said, tilting her head back so he could kiss more of her. "And I want everything." Her encouragement spurred Draco to more impassioned heights. His hands roved her entire frame, Hermione reveling in each new part of her he explored. Hesitation obliterated, and in its place, a fervent need to grope and caress everywhere all at once. When he tried to slip a hand down her trousers, Hermione grabbed his wrists. "If you plan on doing that, it's only fair I can have you in a bed this time." Draco lifted her immediately, hooking her legs around his waist. "Imagine this so many times," he mumbled, walking them back down the hall. Hermione hoped he knew how to navigate his home with impaired vision, because she had no intention of stopping to kiss him. No more one-sided affection. They would always be more powerful together, in this aspect and every other. He laid her gently on a soft bed, his face hovering over hers. Grey eyes raked up and down her body, followed by defeat fingertips. He traced a path over her lips to her chest and further down. "I love you." Hermione locked her legs tight around him. "Show me." "Following you into a life-threatening dark object wasn't enough?" he drawled as he unbuttoned her blouse. "Not nearly," she said, rocking her hips into him. "Bah, Granger," he hissed as he met her movements. "Let me at least undress you before you make me come." "That close, are you?" she taunted. "With you, always," he said, and impatiently fished out his wand and vanished all her clothes. He tossed the wand aside, and Hermione was finally treated to the sight of Draco undressing. He had so many more scars than she anticipated. The silvery lines crisscrossed his entire torso, beginning at just above his belt line and stretching up to his jaw. "I knew you'd be beautiful," she said. Now with Draco on his back, she made him groan and writhe as she took her time, tracing each and every line with her tongue. Hermione had never meant anything more than when she told Draco earlier that she wanted everything. She wanted it all and more from him, with him. She wanted hungry kisses that prioritized tongue contact over finesse. She wanted him a begging mess when she stroked his cock. She wanted him gaping for air when she wrapped her lips around just the tip. She wanted his frantic sputter of, "Next time, Granger, fuck!" as he pulled her off by her hair. She wanted long fingers that curled inside her while their owner kissed her through the first orgasm. Wanting was wonderful, but taking was even better. She took another climax astride him. Then he flipped them over and took her to another state of bliss as he drove into her at a relentless pace. His pale flesh mottled pink with exertion, and Hermione knew no fantasy version could compare with this moment. More than just a need for a release stirred within her. A throbbing euphoria drumming to crescendo, and though Hermione resisted at first, allowing the power to saturate her veins heightened her pleasure. She was her magic. Where did she begin and this feeling end? Was Draco experiencing this too? "Gods!" he breathed, gazing down at her in awe. "Draco!" she whimpered as he thrust her through release before succumbing to his own. He collapsed the top of her, then rolled to the side, clutching her tightly. "Promise me," he said into her skin. "Promise me you'll only call me that from now on." "I promise." "And no more ignoring protocol for the sake of your own curiosity." "I promise." And you'll stay. You won't leave." "I won't leave you. I love you." His whole body spasmed, and with a racked inhale, he burrowed further into her calves. "I'm sorry. I only ever wanted you this way. When we were inside this damn device, I had to. What I did, I tried." "Shh, please." Hermione pried his face back so he could see her. "It's done, and I'm here with you, because of you, for as long as you want me." He laid his head on her chest, and Hermione stroked his hair until she felt his body slack as he fell asleep. And as Draco slept on, Hermione raised her free hand. A tiny burst, and she gathered up all the discarded clothes. A little flick, and they'd separated into piles, his and hers, and folded themselves. She left her one on the floor. No need for it now. Likely no need for it ever again. Draco slept for close to 3 hours. Hermione hardly minded. She valued the trust it signified. With tangled, dormant limbs and relaxed breathing, she would have let him sleep on into the evening, but her full bladder and empty stomach both bid for her attention. As Hermione freshened up in his bathroom, she teased out more of her ability. A summoning charm, vanishing, conjuring, duplication, reduction, engorgement, light, flames. Simple charms, to be sure, but ones that absolutely required both the wand and the verbal or non-verbal incantation. Hermione had done none of those things. Her magic had simply obeyed her will, heeded her commands. As easy as flexing a well-turned muscle. Much like that night at the fake gala, Hermione regarded her healthy dewy reflection. The sheen to her skin, the glow to her eyes, the power oozing from her pores and shining like an aura. "It's time to tell him. Let him in. Let him see." Draco waited her in bed still. She wondered if he noticed the difference in her. Hermione confidently took her place at his side and leaned into him. He tilted her chin up and kissed her. She took the initiative in deepening it, and he pulled away with a chuckle. "Dinner first. Don't think I didn't hear your stomach growling earlier." Hermione huffed in brief disappointment, but couldn't deny her hunger. Perched on a stool in his kitchen while he prepared a simple stir-fry, she thought about how to best bring up the topic of her core magic. Astute partner that he always was, Draco beat her to it. "What's on your mind?" This was a question he normally asked with his hands clasped behind his back, an appropriate collegial distance away from her. Now he was shirtless, chopping ingredients and throwing heated glances her way every few minutes. It could be that wearing knot, but one of his shirts had him a bit distracted. "I keep thinking about your theory about what the device was doing to me," Hermione said. "And I don't think it was draining me of my magic. It felt like it was bolstering it." She toyed with the shirt cuff, then plowed ahead. "Should I still feel it?" "Feel what?" "That power, or rather, the control I had." Draco put down the knife and faced her fully. "Show me," he said. Without looking away, she summoned his knife into her hand. She put it onto the counter, and with a movement of her palm transfigured it into a scythe. The scythe became a harmless boomerang, which she had fly around the room. Then she vanished it and conjured his original knife back. He took it from her carefully, alternately examining the blade and her face. "What else can you do?" This was why she loved him. Any of her friends might have been afraid, hesitant, but Draco and she had a deep appreciation for magic. Neither judged the other for their curiosities or predilections. But Draco's question brought forth every guilty, self-indulgent thought she'd had since leaving St. Mungo's. Testing her strength would, of course, be the obvious next step, but part of Hermione held herself back. Now, with Draco's encouragement, perhaps she could take that final plunge and fully explore everything within her veins. "I haven't attempted much beyond basic spells and charms," said Hermione, but oh, how her imagination had dreamed of her doing more. Her darkest hopes and fantasies where she could mend the unmendable, work actual miracles, tearful, joyful reunions with her restored parents. Perhaps even a reunion for Draco and Narcissa. "We could test you more back at work," suggested Draco. Maybe," said Hermione. She stood off the stool and looped her arms around Draco. "Something else?" "When I was inside the device, it was... I probably shouldn't have, but I enjoyed it. Pushing the boundaries of magic with you. Did any part of you enjoy it too?" He smiled guiltily. "Yes, a little too much, perhaps. But I always had you, the real you, in the back of my mind, reminding me to pull back, to not sink into the thrill." Hermione brushed some hair off his forehead. "You try to hide it. Most days you succeed. But understand, when I said I was in love with you, I meant every part of you." He kissed her with gratitude, then resumed cooking. "So close. Very close." They ate together in companionable silence. When Draco finished eating, he put down his silverware and regarded her thoughtfully. "What if one of us goes too far again?" he asked. "Then the other one will be right there." "To pull them back." Now his eyes displayed a grey gaze of foggy mist. The conflict between his own inner drive to discover new things together and his resistance to succumb to darker desires was evident. Hermione took his hand and interlocked their fingers. "It doesn't matter. We'll be together." Draco stared at her for another beat and then made a decision. "Come with me." He led her outside to his back lawn. "I'll try to duel you. We haven't seen if your magic can defend or attack, or both. Wait here." He walked 30 paces and faced her in a dueling stance. "Ready?" Then Draco raised his wand and cried, "Impedimenta!" She didn't even have to think the word protego. Hermione only knew that she did not want his spell to hit her, to hurt her, and so a shield materialized around her. Undeterred, Draco shouted, "Stupefy!" Nothing. She merely raised an arm to defend herself. He became merciless then, in both speed and curse type. He even tried casting non-verbal attacks, and yet Hermione felt the brush of magic nearing her body. She simply envisioned it disintegrating into harmless bits of air. Brow furrowed and panting, Draco shouted for her to stop any efforts on her part. "And you felt nothing?" he asked. "Nothing," she confirmed. With a grim look, Draco raised his wand again. "Then let's see if you're just as skilled in offense. Don't hold back." He parried her first attempt at disarming him. When he blocked her second, third, and fourth attempts, Hermione realized her error. She'd been mouthing incantations as she raised her hand, too used to dueling with a wand and spoken word. She closed her eyes. Hermione focused all her concentration inwards, as she had when she'd solved her own paradox. She filtered out noise, smell, sentiment, any senses not associated with her magical reserve. It began as a ripple. With some coaxing, the ripple spanned out, grew, multiplied, until Hermione had a veritable tsunami brewing inside of her. This time, she didn't feel one bit of pain. The genesis didn't involve hurt or suffering in any way. Her untethered magic knew no limits, no restraints. It poured out of her in a blinding rush and headed straight for Draco. He was knocked flat on his back, and his wand soared into her open palm. Before he could move, the ground rose up, Hermione letting a chunk of earth lift and support him. Vines slithered up too, winding and tightening around his legs, up to his torso, then his chest, and stopped just below his neck. Draco struggled in vain against his bindings as Hermione walked towards him. You're magnificent," he panted, still squirming against the vines. "I could ignite them." "And you," Hermione said as she circled him. Her trap was impeccable. Her prey rendered immobile, wandless, helpless. "It would be quite easy." "Yes, easy. Let's send him now. You can always bring him back if you like." No, thought Hermione. She wanted Draco at her side as she learned all she could accomplish, as she cut down any obstacle in her path. "Very well, so long as he remains a useful ally." With a flick of her wrist, a push of power, the vines vanished and Draco dropped to his knees. "Granger! Merlin, come here!" She obeyed, and Draco stood and took her face between his hands. "You feel all right? Not tired or in pain or—" "I feel wonderful," she said. "Draco, I feel everything." He kissed her fiercely. "Now what?" Hermione didn't hesitate. "Remember the book I tried using in a device? It's a real book, you know." "Secrets of the Darkest Arts?" "Yes, I wonder if the chapter text was real or if the device conjured that for me." "We could find out."
She hummed and brought her hat to his chest. I also wonder if all the warnings were real too. Put a cost to my soul in exchange for this power? What sorts of costs? Hermione shrugged. I only skimmed it, and again, I'm not sure if it was a legitimate part of that text. But I do think I recall something about infiltration or sharing. That's all a blur, really. Draco held her close and whispered sweet words of love in her ear. But his coveted promises weren't enough to drown out the other voice. So much to learn, so much to know. Oh, what fun we'll have. Fiend. Thank you for listening to A Safe Devoted Darkness by HeyJude19, read by Alamix Mabella. If you would like to stay up to date on upcoming chapters and stories, you can follow me on Spotify, YouTube, AO3, Instagram, or Tumblr.